Chapter 8:17. Ling Xiao had decided to build his force in the Death Mountain range. The space boundary had already been built. Only a peerless expert who had reached the Saint Realm or above could find this place. In the beginning, Yunfeng had brought back more than 2,000 huge space stones, which made the area that Ling Xiao had delineated a lot. Within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, there were nearly 100 mountains in the space boundary. The trees were green, the flowers were blooming, the spirit grasses were everywhere, the spirit birds were flying, and the waterfalls were hanging upside down. The terrain here was not only magnificent, but also extraordinarily beautiful. It used to be an uninhabited place, but now there were many palaces and pavilions built on the most majestic mountains. The palaces were carved with dragons and painted with patterns. They were built in an extraordinary atmosphere. The material was made of marble that was more than 1,000 years old. It was not only smooth and beautiful, but also thick and stable. The pavilions and small courtyards built around it were also built with the best 1,000-year-old wood, which looked elegant and stylish. Many flowers and plants were left in each courtyard. Only the messy ones were removed, which preserved the most natural and original taste, making people feel that it was the best place to live in seclusion. In the middle of the tallest and most majestic mountain, there was a flight of 999 steps, like a stairway to the heavens. It was so majestic and grand, and the last step led to a castle-like hall. The hall seemed to be the most noble of all. It was twice as large as the halls of the other peaks, and on the walls of the hall, there were carvings of golden dragons, jade phoenixes, and cheilants. They were so lifelike, and the aura of nobility seemed to blow against one's face. Anyone who stood in front of the palace would feel as if they were in the inner courtyard of the Imperial Palace or the Jade Palace of the Heavenly Court. It was so magnificent and magnificent. On the top of the palace, there was a huge 1,000-year-old stone plaque. 3 words were carved in flamboyant calligraphy. These 3 big words were, "The Proud Smiling Palace." Anyone who saw these 3 words would feel the pressure of a great force. Every stroke was bold and unrestrained, like a soaring dragon or a leaping tiger. It was also like a peerless expert wielding a sword. It seemed to have an indescribable charm. Even if the mystic Tharch was here, he would feel that it was extraordinary. After 1.5 years, the construction of the Smiling Palace was completed with the help of many spiritual and earth sovereign stage warriors. The main hall of the proud Smiling Palace was built by Mad Tooth himself. With his great power as a saint, he cast all kinds of precious materials on the walls of the main hall, making it look especially luxurious and heavy. The formation patterns around the main hall were arranged by military advisor Xian Yao himself, and the engravings were carved by famous engravers. Now, there were 15,000 people in the Smiling Palace. It wasn't a large number, but they were all elites. However, there were less than 5,000 people who could cultivate in the Laughing Palace. The other 10,000 people stayed in the Wind Cloud City to protect the safety of the city. Those who could enter the proud Smiling Palace were all loyal warriors who had gone through many tests. Being powerful didn't mean that they could enter the proud Smiling Palace. Don't think that there's no difference between entering the Laughing Palace and Wind Cloud City. There was a huge difference between the two. The palace of the proud Smiling Palace was equipped with a spirit-absorbing formation. The spiritual chi in the palace was more than 10 times denser than that in the outside world. Cultivating in the palace was much better than cultivating in the outside world. Besides, the palace of the proud Smiling Palace would give out Xian crystals every month, and the palace of the proud Smiling Palace would give them some healing elixirs. Of course, they couldn't just gain without paying. Those who could enter the palace had to contribute a lot every year. As for those who stayed outside the Wind Cloud City, they had to take turns to guard the city. They also had to go to the mountains to find spiritual herbs, hunt spiritual beasts, and search for rare treasures. They had to contribute a lot in order to gain the right to enter the palace. The treatment between the two was incomparable. Ling Xiao was no longer the lord of Wind Cloud City. Wang Teng had replaced him as the new lord of Wind Cloud City, and he was in charge of all matters in the city. The proud Smiling Palace hadn't been announced yet, but the news had already spread like wildfire in Wind Cloud City. "Have you heard? City Lord Ling is secretly building a force. I heard from a guard friend of mine that it's called the Proud Smiling Palace. Tisich, I've heard about this for a long time. It's built in the depths of the Death Mountain Range. It's a place that ordinary people can't enter. I knew that City Lord Ling, oh no, Palace Lord Ling, is ambitious. He doesn't even put the Gu family in his eyes, so he must have his own plans. Based on the proud smiling palace that he's established, he definitely won't be willing to be excluded from the 18 great powers. No matter what, the proud smiling palace will definitely recruit its first batch of blood. I'll ask my tiger boy to prepare and see if he can join the proud smiling palace. Currently, in the main hall of the proud smiling palace, Ling Xiao sat on a wide jade throne. His expression was dignified, and his eyes were like lightning. His back was straight, and he exuded the aura of an emperor. Below him were his direct subordinates, Han Kai, Mad Tooth, Xian Yao, Savage Leopard, and Yunfeng. Ling Xiao sat down and cleared his throat. "Elders," he said coolly, "I've summoned you here today to discuss how we should hold this grand opening ceremony." The grand opening ceremony was a ceremony that must be held after the establishment of a force. It was to announce to everyone the existence of the force, and also to announce to the other forces that the cities under their jurisdiction were not to be invaded. The first to speak was Xian Yao. He gently waved his white paper fan and said, "The palace gates have been built, but our territory is still small. It's not enough to hold the grand opening ceremony immediately." Ling Xiao asked, "Why do you say that?" Over the past year, everyone had their own things to do. Xian Yao was also busy setting up arrays everywhere, so he rarely communicated with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't understand the meaning of his words. Xian Yao replied, "Any great force will have many small forces following them. They also have many cities under their jurisdiction, so they have to pay tribute. Right now, we only have one city, Wind Cloud City. If we hold the grand opening ceremony now, I'm afraid we will be laughed at by the other forces. Therefore, I suggest, young master, that now is the time to expand our territory. Once we have a certain amount of territory, we can hold the grand opening ceremony." At this time, Cruel Leopard also agreed, "The military counselor is right, young master. With our strength, we are comparable to a third-rank sect, but our territory is pitiful. Why don't you let me collect the territory for you? Besides the territory occupied by the Black Demon sect, there are a dozen small sects and hundreds of cities around Wind Cloud City. That should be enough for us to swallow." The Black Demon sect was in the south of the Death Mountain Range, so all the forces were under their control. The Proud Smiling Palace was in the north of the Death Mountain Range, so there were many small sects with many cities under their jurisdiction. Cruel Leopard's proposal was to swallow all of these small sects into the Proud Smiling Palace's sphere of influence. Ling Xiao thought for a moment, then said, "All right, then we will hold the grand opening ceremony in half a year. Within half a year, we must gather all of these forces into the Proud Smiling Palace's sphere of influence." For Ling Xiao and the others, it was easy to subdue some 5th and 6th rank sections. Therefore, Ling Xiao decided that half a year was enough time to completely conquer these forces. Then Ling Xiao went to Cruel Leopard, Lu Kun, Yang Xianfeng, and Yunfeng. Each of them went in 4 different directions to subdue these forces. At the same time, he also asked Xian Yao to send invitations to the famous forces in the central region. He wanted to announce to all the forces in the central region that the Proud Smiling Palace would hold the grand opening ceremony in half a year. Once the invitations were sent out, it meant that the forces that came to attend the ceremony would give face to the Proud Smiling Palace. It would also show whether they were friends or foes. Normally, small powers would only invite nearby powers to attend their grand opening ceremonies. Ling Xiao was the only one who could make such a big fuss and invite only the great clans and sects of the 4th rank and above in the central region. Only he would dare to do such a thing. Not only did Xian Yao not object to this, but he also approved of it. Ling Xiao did this to announce to the 18 old forces that the Proud Smiling Palace had the power to stand shoulder to shoulder with them. They would not be afraid of anyone's provocation. Ling Xiao discussed with everyone again. The Proud Smiling Palace was divided into 1 palace, 3 pavilions, and 5 halls. One palace was naturally the main palace of the proud Smiling Palace where Ling Shao resided. The 3 pavilions were the Medicine Sect Pavilion, followed by the Artifact Refining Pavilion and Rare Treasure Pavilion. The 5 halls were Tiger, Leopard, Eagle, Snake, and Scorpion. The palace master was, of course, Ling Shao himself. He was in charge of all matters in the proud Smiling Palace. Xian Yao was his military advisor and his authority was second only to the palace master. The Medicine Sect Pavilion was headed by Wu Fu, who had already been accepted as Han Kai's disciple and was responsible for the continuation of the Medicine Sect's heritage. The Artifact Refining Pavilion was headed by Du Tai, who was mainly responsible for refining weapons. The Rare Treasure Pavilion was responsible for collecting all the treasures from the lowest to the highest grade, be it pills, weapons, mystical skills, spirit herbs, crystals. Its main purpose was to provide resources for the sect to enjoy. It could be obtained with contribution points or exchanged for items of the same grade. At the same time, it provided various items for the Wind Cloud City auction. The pavilion master was headed by Li Shui, with Bing Ruoshui and Yao Qingmin as her assistants. The 5 hall masters were Li Kuanghu, Cruel Leopard, Lone Eagle, Cold Snake, and Poison Scorpion. These 5 were Ling Zhao's most loyal followers. Ling Shao felt most at ease having them in charge of the 5 halls. Each hall had different administrative tasks. The Tiger Hall was in charge of external attacks, the Leopard Hall was in charge of punishment, the Eagle Hall was in charge of reconnaissance and intelligence, the Snake Hall was in charge of logistics support, and the Scorpion Hall was in charge of fortifications. At the same time, Ling Shao appointed all the supreme experts who had reached the Mystic the Arch stage and above as the Grand Supreme Elders. Han Kai and Mad Tooth were the 2 guardian elders of the proud Smiling Palace. They controlled the life and death of everyone in the sect. If they found any traitors, they could kill them first and report later without the approval of the Palace Lord. Chapter 8:18. The external forces that joined the Smiling Palace were assigned to different mountains. The Smiling Palace's forces had begun to take shape. At the same time, Ling Shao accepted Xian Yao's suggestion. He started to prepare for the trial and recruit some fresh blood to become the first generation of the Smiling Palace's disciples. Of course, the selection process was extremely strict. Only the most talented geniuses could become the Smiling Palace's disciples. Ling Shao and Xian Yao's principle was to rather have nothing than to use nothing. As soon as the news was announced, many warriors in the cities around the Wind Cloud City were all excited. They all sent their children to the city lord's mansion. After all, only 5,000 people were needed for the first batch. If they were late, they would lose the chance. The young men who worshipped Ling Shao were also full of enthusiasm and anticipation. However, as the palace lord, Ling Shao didn't want to get involved in these things. He arranged for the elders of the 3 pavilions and the halls to take part in it and then left it alone. One had to admit that Ling Shao was too lazy as the palace lord. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Cruel Leopard, Lu Kun, Yang Xianfeng and Yunfeng all sent people back with good news. When those forces heard that Ling Shao was going to establish a force, most of them were willing to surrender and become one of the affiliated forces of the Smiling Palace. They would also pay tribute to the Smiling Palace on time every year. Only a small part of the forces that still wanted to be independent were directly conquered by the Smiling Palace with force. In this world, the one with the strongest fist was the boss. For a time, the territory of the Smiling Palace expanded at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, the name Smiling Palace was widely spread among all the forces in the central region. A newly established sect actually sent out invitations, inviting many famous sects and clans of the 4th rank and above to attend its opening ceremony. This matter caused quite a stir in the central territory. Some people thought that the Smiling Palace was too arrogant. How could they invite so many forces to attend the opening ceremony? When the time came, no one would go and they would become a laughing stock. Some people also thought that the Smiling Palace had extraordinary courage. With the name of Ling Shao, it was indeed enough to send invitations to many forces. After all, Ling Shao was the only disciple of the evil emperor, which was enough to make the older generation in the central region look up to him. In the Gu family, a group of high-level officials gathered in the main hall for a meeting. As the current patriarch of the Gu family, Gu En's expression was extremely ugly as he sat on the main seat. In the past few years, a series of unforeseen events had occurred in the Gu family. The grand elders of the Gu family had died one after another, causing the Gu family's strength to plummet. This matter was already enough to make people feel like they were suffocating with anger. However, another faction in the family had singled out him, the patriarch, for this matter, causing this result. He, the patriarch, had no way of explaining himself. Gu Ben, Gu En's cousin, was similar in strength to the Gu family. They were both high-level celestial masters. Of course, the two of them had once fought each other for the position of master. In the end, Gu Ben lost, and Gu En became the master. These years, Gu Ben had been suppressed by Gu En. As a direct descendant of the Gu family, he didn't think that he was weaker than Gu En. However, the position of master didn't fall on him. Now, after many years of competition, Gu En finally lost to a young junior. First, his own grandson was killed, and then he issued the ancient killing order. Not only did he not kill the murderer, but he also caused the great elders to die one after another. This gave Gu Ben a chance to vent his anger. However, this opportunity didn't appear randomly. He had to seize the most suitable time to give Gu En a heavy blow. On this day, Gu Ben had a chance to make his move. Now, there was a golden invitation in Gu En's hand. After reading the golden invitation, his face was extremely pale. Bang! He slammed his palm heavily, shattering the armrest of the table and chair beside him. Outrageous! Does that little bastard really think that there's no one in the Gu family? Gu En roared. The invitation in his hand was undoubtedly from the Palace of Arrogant Laughter, and the palace leader of the Palace of Arrogant Laughter was undoubtedly Ling Xiao. The man whom the Gu clan hadn't managed to kill since the ancient kill order was the one who had caused the Gu clan to lose so many men and horses. He was the one who had humiliated the Gu clan. The Proud Smiling Palace was originally a hostile force to the Gu family, but the Proud Smiling Palace still sent an invitation to the Gu family. This was undoubtedly a ruthless slap to the face of the Gu family. In the main hall, the expressions of the Gu family's members became complicated. How many years had it been? When had the Gu family ever been looked down upon like this? Now, they were being looked down upon by a rising force. It was really hard for them to swallow this humiliation. However, when they thought about how many great elders had left and never returned, they had no choice but to accept this uncomfortable reality. What do you think we should do? Gu En asked the people present. As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately responded, "Of course we can't go. With the reputation of the Gu family, we don't need to participate in the opening ceremony of a small force." That's right. The Proud Smiling Palace is nothing. The Black Demon sect is their neighbor. It won't be long before they disappear in the long river of history. That's right. The Black Demon sect hasn't done anything yet. They are waiting for them to expand, and then we will give them a head-on blow. All we need to do is sit back and watch the show. Not only that, we can also hit them when they are down and kill that little bastard. The elders of the Gu family spoke one after another. They were all cursing the Proud Smiling Palace, but they were just trying to cover up the fear in their hearts. After everyone quieted down a little, Gu Ben finally cleared his throat and spoke. "I think we must participate in the opening ceremony of the Proud Smiling Palace," Gu Ben said with confidence. Gu En looked displeased and said, "Elder Gu Ben, what do you mean by this? The Proud Smile Palace is our enemy, and we should kill them. Why are you suggesting that we attend their opening ceremony?" Gu En didn't know what Gu Ben was thinking, but he knew that since his cousin had spoken, he must be ready to fight against him. Gu Ben took a step forward and sneered. "The Gu family is a third-grade force. We have existed for more than 30,000 years, and we have been famous in the central region. Recently, because of our selfish desires, we have lost a lot of people. This is a tragedy for the Gu family. Now that our enemy has just established a force, they have the guts to invite us, but we don't have the guts to accept it. It seems like we are afraid of them." If this gets out, I'm afraid everyone will laugh at us for being cowards. The ancestors of the Gu family will jump out and call us cowards." As soon as Gu Ben's words came out, everyone's expression changed. Gu Ben's words were undoubtedly a heavy blow to their hearts. His words were direct, but they went straight to the point, leaving them speechless. The Gu family was listed as one of the 18 great forces, but they were scared by a new force. If this got out, they would lose face. Gu En replied angrily, "What do you mean by that? Gu Ben, what do you mean by that? Could it be that you think that I did something wrong?" Gu Ben met Gu En's gaze and said, "Patriarch, I originally didn't want to say anything about your decision, but for the sake of the many grand elders who died, I have no choice but to speak up." He paused for a moment before continuing, "Does everyone still remember why the ancient slaughter order was issued, killing Ling Xiao? The ancient killing order was issued after a unanimous discussion, so they didn't know why Gu Ben brought it up again." Gu En sneered, "Ling Xiao killed many of our Gu family's younger generation and even stole our Gu family's sacred weapon. It's only right that we issue the ancient killing order to him." Gu Ben looked around at everyone and said, "Patriarch, do you know why our Gu family's youths were killed? They were still fine when the imperial ranking tournament ended, but they went to chase after Ling Xiao and were killed by Ling Xiao." Gu En didn't wait for Gu Ben to finish and immediately said in a loud voice, "You're saying that our Gu family brought this upon ourselves?" Gu Ben lightly shook his head and said, "You've misunderstood my meaning. They were all outstanding youths who participated in the imperial rankings tournament, so it's very normal for them to form enmity during the imperial rankings tournament. But from what I know, the Yufei who was killed should be the patriarch's grandson. It's also because he was killed by Ling Xiao that you gathered everyone and issued the ancient kill order. If it was someone else's child who was killed, I wonder if the patriarch would issue the ancient kill order?" Gu En said without hesitation, "Of course I would." Suddenly, Gu Ben revealed a ferocious smile and said, "Ha, Patriarch, you're too quick to respond. Do you still remember that Gu Tianhai was also a rising star of our Gu family more than 10 years ago? He was also killed in the imperial ranking. Did you send out the Gu killing order at that time? I remember, you didn't issue it at that time." Gu Tianhai? Gu En hesitated, a vague memory flashed through his mind. Gu Tianhai was a direct descendant of Gu Ben, but he was killed by the Black Demon sect in the imperial ranking tournament. At that time, Gu Ben requested to issue the ancient killing order, but Gu En didn't agree in the end because the Black Demon sect was too powerful. Yes, that poor child. If he hadn't died, he would have become the new leader of the Gu family, Gu Ben said with a look of regret. Then he changed the topic. "Let's not talk about the past, let's talk about the current situation. Ling Xiao is the only disciple of the demonic emperor, and he has a lot to rely on. Patriarch, you haven't even figured out the state of Chu yet, and issued the ancient killing order, which led to the death of many of our supreme elders. Don't you think that your decision was a failure?" Gu Ben's tone was aggressive, as if he was trying to force the Gu family to abdicate. "Are you accusing me of not handling things properly?" Gu En's expression was extremely ugly as he shouted. The other elders who supported Gu En also had ugly expressions on their faces, while those who supported Gu Ben seemed to be rejoicing in the Gu family's misfortune. Suddenly, an old voice rang out, "Gu Ben is right. Gu En, your Gu kill order has greatly damaged the Gu family's vitality. You are no longer suitable to be the head of the family." Chapter 8:19. The newcomer was none other than Gu Ai, who'd escaped from the earthly flaming tiger during the battle at the Lake of Heavenly Despair. Gu Ai had led 9 other emperor-level experts of the Gu clan to the Lake of Heavenly Despair to eliminate Ling Xiao. Every single emperor-level expert was the Gu clan's strongest elite. But in the end, he was the only one who'd managed to escape. Even the 8th-grade lightning serpent had been killed. That battle had been the most unforgettable defeat of Gu Ai's life. He'd returned to the clan and started investigating how the Gu clan had offended such a powerful enemy. He'd personally witnessed the battle between Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan that day, so he was well aware of Ling Xiao's potential. Once he broke through to the emperor level, no one would be able to stop him unless a saint-level expert made a move. Moreover, he had the assistance of many powerful experts by his side, so his forces were no weaker than the Gu clans. He couldn't understand why the Gu clan had been so foolish as to offend such a powerful young man with limitless potential. It was better that he didn't understand. Now that he did, he was so angry that he almost rolled his eyes. It turned out that they'd lost a total of 10 Emperor-level experts because of a lousy spear that was difficult to control. Such a price had hurt the foundation of the Gu clan. Regardless of who was right or wrong in this matter, Gu AI had directly placed the blame on Guin. He felt that if Guin hadn't issued the ancient slaughter order, they wouldn't have offended such a powerful enemy. Now that Guin had established his own forces, it would be even more difficult for the Gu clan to eliminate him. They had to change their strategy to deal with him. Gu AI couldn't vent his anger, so Guin became the first target for him to vent his anger on. Gu AI's status in the Gu clan was very high. As soon as he spoke, the expressions of everyone in the hall changed. Gu En's face was livid and filled with indignation, while Gu Ben was extremely pleased. The two of them had completely different expressions. Gu AI ignored Gu En's expression and spoke coldly. The position of Patriarch will be temporarily taken over by Gu Ben. Former Patriarch, please step aside. Gu Ben said to Gu En with joy in his eyes. He and Gu En were of the same generation, yet he actually called Gu En Old Patriarch. This was truly a great mockery towards Gu En. You guys? But Gu En was so angry that he couldn't speak. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Gu AI did not have the slightest bit of pity in her heart. How can someone with such a temperament be the head of a family? Take him away and make him face the wall for 100 years as punishment. As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately rushed over and carried Guin out. Gu Ben boldly sat on the Patriarch's seat, his face full of joy. However, he did not show any signs of complacency. Instead, he announced to the crowd, I have something to tell you. The Gu clan is going to form an alliance with the Ghost sect by marriage. The granddaughter of the Gu clan, Gu Xiaohe, will marry Guizi, a member of the new generation of the Ghost sect. I have already reached an agreement with the Ghost sect. The Ghost sect has agreed to accompany us to the Proud Smiling Palace to meet Ling Xiao on the day of the opening ceremony of the Proud Smiling Palace. What do you think? Gu AI spoke up from the side. My clan's rank 8 Thunder Snake was also killed by Ling Xiao. If you think you can go against him, you can object. As soon as these words came out, the Gu clan's elders were once again shocked. They all knew that Gu AI had led the Gu family's Grand Supreme Elder to kill Ling Xiao, but in the end he was the only one who returned. They didn't know that even the 8th rank Lightning Snake, the guardian spirit beast of the Gu family, didn't return. At this moment, they all felt a sense of fear. Without hesitation, they all agreed to Gu Ben's proposal. Just like that, the alliance between the Gu clan and the Ghost sect was confirmed. They confirmed that they would take back the ancient killing token and no longer pursue Ling Xiao. They were even prepared to make peace with Ling Xiao. If this matter were to spread, the Gu clan's prestige would be greatly affected. However, Gu AI had no choice but to make this decision. Although the Gu clan's foundation was somewhat shaken, they were not afraid to fight to the death with Ling Xiao. However, the Gu clan's vitality would be greatly damaged, and its foundation would be completely shaken. When that time came, the Gu clan would fall out of the 18 great forces, and even be replaced by other forces. This was not a situation that Gu AI wanted to see. He would rather let Ling Xiao live well than fight to the death with Ling Xiao. Therefore, Gu AI hoped that during the ceremony of the Proud Smiling Palace, he would join hands with the Ghost sect to reconcile with Ling Xiao. He believed that Ling Xiao would be tactful and not dare to completely fall out with the two great forces. In the space of the Black Demon sect, they existed in a pitch-black land of rubble. This place was filled with darkness. Occasionally, a cold wind would blow, making people feel cold. Occasionally, skeletons could be seen on the ground. These skeletons didn't only belong to spirit beasts, there were also human skeletons. It was as if this place was hell on earth. No one could feel any vitality, only a strong sense of desolation and death. There were nearly 100 bare mountain rocks here, and in the tallest stone mountain, waves of death chi constantly lingered. It was as if one could hear wailing sounds, as if there were countless wronged souls crying out, making people feel incomparably gloomy and terrifying. There was a grand hall there. The hall was like a ferocious beast from the desolate era, bringing with it an incomparable pressure. Huge skeletons of spirit beasts were hanging on the eaves of the hall, looking extremely sinister and frightening. Inside the hall, there were 3 people kneeling on the ground, looking very respectful. In the center of the hall, there was a virtual shadow sitting on the seat of honor. Yes, it was a virtual shadow, not a physical body. This virtual shadow was the avatar of the Black Demon sect's master, Black Demon. The person kneeling below him was the disciple of the Black Demon sect, Eagle King. Beside him was a man who was a little younger than him, but his aura was much stronger. This man had reached the peak of the middle stage Shin Emperor, and could take another step forward at any time to reach the realm of the high stage Shin Emperor. This person was the senior brother of Eagle King, and also the leader of the Wolf Eagle Secret Guard, Yi Lang. Beside the 2 of them was an old man. The wrinkles on his old face were folded into layers, like the bark of an old tree. It was so rough and ferocious, and there were still a few strands of white hair on his bald head that had not completely fallen off, making him look very comical. There was a deep knife wound on one side of his face, and one of his eyes was even blinded. Timid people would be scared silly by this old man's old face. If the cruel leopard was here, he would definitely recognize this person. He was one of his brothers, and also the main leader who participated in the betrayal. The scar on this person's face was left by the cruel leopard when he counterattacked. This person's name was Shi Idao. When he betrayed the savage leopard, he had also reached the high-level mystic the Arch Realm, and he was the right-hand man that the savage leopard relied on the most. Now, he was no longer at the mystic the Arch Realm, and he had already become a saint, so he could enjoy a longer lifespan. "Why are you so anxious to summon me?" Black Demon said indifferently from the seat of honor. Although the Black Demon was only a divine sense, he had the strength of a saint, which made people feel that his strength was unfathomable. As the chief disciple of the Black Demon sect, Yi Lang was the first to speak. "Master, Ling Xiao has already established the proud Smiling Palace. He has sent out invitations and plans to hold the opening ceremony in a few months. This disciple thinks that we can't let that kid continue to be arrogant. Master, please let this disciple bring people to destroy the proud Smiling Palace." Eagle King also took the opportunity to say, "Yes, if we let the proud Smiling Palace continue to be arrogant, where is the dignity of our demon sect, and where is the dignity of Master?" Eagle King still remembered that more than a year ago, he almost lost his life in the Death Mountain Range. He had swallowed this resentment for a long time, and he wanted to immediately bring people to kill the proud Smiling Palace, and kill everyone from the proud Smiling Palace. Especially that kid who was only a high-stage celestial master. He wanted to tear him into 1,000 pieces. After he escaped, it wasn't that he didn't want to immediately go back to find trouble with Ling Xiao, but he didn't have the ability to do so. His master's real body was always not in the sect, and he didn't know where he went to cultivate, so he couldn't startle his master unless it was absolutely necessary. His master didn't order them to kill Ling Xiao and the others, so he, Eagle King, didn't dare to make the decision, and the old fellows in the sect might not listen to him. Today, when his senior brother returned, he would have the chance to see his master again. He hoped that he could persuade his master to send people to destroy the proud Smiling Palace and kill that little thief Ling Xiao. Black Demon was silent for a moment, then looked at Shi Idao and said, "Martial Uncle Shi, do you have the same idea as them?" Shi Idao replied, "Yes, since Mad Tooth is not dead, and even broke through to the saint stage, then we can't let him live, in case he becomes a threat in the future." The hatred on Shi Idao's face was engraved in his heart for the rest of his life. Although that person was already killed, as that person's best brother, Mad Tooth, was still alive, so he would let Mad Tooth have a taste of that hatred. Black Demon said, "Since that's the case, then go and destroy the proud Smiling Palace. But they have the help of a level 8 transformation spirit beast, so it won't be easy to destroy them. Nightwolf, go and invite the 4-horned demon cow out, and say that this is the sect leader's idea, This battle can only be won, not lost. After saying that, Black Demon's figure gradually became blurry. The three of them said at the same time, "Farewell, Master, Sect Leader." "This is great. With the help of the four-horned demon cow, those idiots from the proud smiling palace will definitely be destroyed." The Eagle King shouted excitedly. Night Wolf looked at him coldly and said, "Although Master agreed to let us destroy the proud smiling palace, we can't help Sha Tian and the Gu family get rid of this eyesore for nothing. We need to wait for them to fight, then we can annihilate them in one fell swoop." Night Wolf is right. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. We can only be the oriole and reap the benefits. Sure, Yidao echoed. The Eagle King said, "But they took our high-grade crystal mine. If it falls into the hands of others, it's ours, no one can touch it." Night Wolf didn't wait for him to finish and immediately interrupted. Looking at his cold and confident eyes, it gave people a feeling that there was no doubt. The Eagle King also swallowed the words he wanted to say, and thought to himself, "All right, then let those bastards live for a few more days." Chapter 8:20. The Gu family and the Black Demon sect had their own plans for the establishment of the proud Smiling Palace. Many other forces were also hesitating whether they should participate in the opening ceremony of the proud Smiling Palace. At this time, the Dongfang family and the Feng family released the news that they would definitely participate in the opening ceremony of the proud Smiling Palace. This news immediately stirred up a wave in the central region. These two families were part of the 18 great forces, and the Dongfang family was ranked first among all the great families. What did it mean for them to openly invite the two families to the opening ceremony of the proud Smiling Palace? Everyone had different guesses as to the reason behind it. The forces that received the invitation were thinking about it. If these two families were going to attend the opening ceremony of the proud Smiling Palace, would they be more influential than these two families? Therefore, many fourth-rank forces also decided to participate in the opening ceremony of the proud Smiling Palace. The time was getting closer and closer. In only 2 months, the opening ceremony of the proud Smiling Palace would be held. Everyone in the proud Smiling Palace was nervously preparing for everything. Ling Xiao, as the palace master, was the most leisurely of them all. Before this, he had been in seclusion for 1.5 years. The main palace was also built by his people. After the construction was completed, he came out of seclusion to discuss matters with everyone. After setting the date of the opening ceremony, he did not go into seclusion again. Most of the time, he would accompany his women and enjoy the pleasures of the world together. Occasionally, he would give them pointers on the cultivation of profound skills and the ways to adapt to situations. Now, the strength of his women had greatly improved. The most obvious ones were Yu Laiyan and Wu Meinyang. Ever since they came to Wind Cloud City with Ling Xiao, they had been in seclusion to practice the charm technique that was given to them by the Passion Valley Master. They were like fish in water. In just 2 years, without the help of any medicinal pills or herbs, they had advanced from low-level Earth Emperor to middle-level Earth Emperor. It should be noted that when they met Ling Xiao, they had just stepped into the low-level Earth Sovereign realm. It took them 2 years to advance to the next level. It had to be said that their Tianbin was quite outstanding. Now, with the addition of Ling Xiao's elixirs, they had directly broken through to the high-level Earth Sovereign realm. Now, like Ling Xiao, Feng Xianyun and Ji Beixin were both high-level Heavenly Venerables. Kai Shiyue was a mid-level Heavenly Venerables. Bai Yushi and Wei Dyer were already at the peak of the Earthly Emperor realm. Both of them relied on the Spirit Sovereign Elixir to break through. Bai Yushi didn't succeed, but she had some gains and only reached the half-venerable realm. Wei Dyer became a Heavenly Venerable, and with the help of the revolving Sovereign Elixir, she immediately reached the mid-level Heavenly Venerable realm. Bing Ruoshui and Yao Qingmin were at the high level of the Earthly Emperor realm. They were still quite a distance away from the Heavenly Venerable realm. In addition, Lone Eagle, Li Kuanghu, Cold Snake, Poison Scorpion, and the others who had returned from the Myriad Vein mountain range had all experienced a qualitative leap in strength. Lone Eagle and Li Kuanghu also succeeded in their breakthroughs just like Wei Daya. Then, they relied on elixirs to become mid-level heavenly venerables. Lung Shi had already broken through to the heavenly venerable realm on his own. With the help of elixirs, he had reached the mid-level heavenly venerable realm before Lone Eagle and Li Kuanghu. His foundation was also slightly more solid than the two of them. As for Poison Scorpion, who had almost died, his strength had already recovered. Moreover, his condition was even better than before. He became the Hall Master of the Scorpion Hall, and the 20 mercenaries who had followed him before were also under his command, responsible for the defense. As for the 8 generals, they had been in seclusion ever since they returned. They had all received a lot of resources from Ling Xiao, and their strength had probably improved greatly. Ling Lu, who had lost an arm, had also gained something else. Although Ling Xiao didn't have the ability to regrow his arm, he had given him a set of high-grade one-armed sword techniques that he had inherited from his memories, allowing him to become a one-armed swordsman. The north wind whistled, and the weather gradually turned cold. In the middle of a majestic mountain, there were many ancient buildings. Occasionally, there were martial artists who were walking as if they were flying, and they were in high spirits. This was the location of a 5th-grade sect, the Flowing Sun Sect. The Flowing Sun Sect had been established for nearly 10,000 years, and its founder, Lu Yang, was once a powerful figure. The Flowing Sun Sect had nearly 20,000 people, and it was in charge of dozens of cities. It was not a weak force. Today, Lu Kun had brought 100 people to the sky not far from the Flowing Sun Sect. They were all riding different 6th-grade spirit beasts, and their momentum was extremely mighty. Along the way, he had already subdued 5 6th-grade sects and a large 5th-grade family. They all knew that the proud Smiling Palace was founded by Ling Xiao, and there was basically no resistance. Their sect masters or family masters were all willing to become sects near the proud Smiling Palace. A celestial master pointed in the direction of the Flowing Sun Sect and said to Lu Kun, "Elder Lu, the Flowing Sun Sect is in front of us." Lu Kun nodded and replied, "Yes, let's go." After we finish cleaning up the Flowing Sun Sect, we can complete our mission. The Flowing Sun Sect is a bit stronger than the previous ones, but I don't think they would dare to disobey the decree of the proud Smiling Palace. The Celestial Master was very proud of himself. Along the way, he fully enjoyed the flattery of other forces, and his heart was incomparably refreshed. He was glad that he had joined the proud Smile Palace. After the opening ceremony, everyone in the central region would know about the existence of the proud Smile Palace. With the prestige of their palace master, they would become the most powerful people in the central region, and people would admire them. Before Lu Kun and the others arrived in the sky above the Flowing Sun Sect, many people had already flown out of the Flowing Sun Sect. Hundreds of people, all riding different spirit beasts, arrived in front of Lu Kun and the others. A middle-aged man riding a tiger spirit beast stepped forward and shouted at Lu Kun and the others, "Who are you? How could you know that this is an important place of my Flowing Sun Sect? Are you not putting my Flowing Sun Sect in your eyes?" This person was the current sect master of the Flowing Sun Sect, Dong Yu, a high-level celestial master. Behind him were dozens of celestial masters and hundreds of Earth King stage cultivators. They were all elders and deacons of the Flowing Sun Sect. The high-level celestial master who had just spoken to Lu Kun stepped forward and said, "We are from the proud Smiling Palace." He is Elder Lu, the great elder of the proud Smiling Palace. Under the order of Palace Master Ling, the Flowing Sun Sect is one of the allies of the proud Smiling Palace. The Red Moon Sect, the Righteous Gang, and the other sects have already agreed to surrender to the proud Smiling Palace. Please don't resist unnecessarily. As soon as this person said this, the people of the Flowing Sun Sect's faces darkened. When Lu Kun and the others arrived at the Flowing Sun Sect, they had already heard the news that the other forces close to the Flowing Sun Sect had been conquered by the proud Smiling Palace. Now that they were faced with a choice, they had mixed feelings. However, the elders of the Flowing Sun Sect had already held a meeting, and the decision had already been made. Lu Yu cupped his hands to Lu Kun and said, "Greetings, Elder Lu. I am the leader of the Flowing Sun Sect. It is our honor that the proud Smiling Palace thinks so highly of us. However, we are used to living in this small place, and we have no intention of becoming an affiliate of others. Please don't make things difficult for us, Elder Lu. The Flowing Sun sect is willing to be a neighbor of the proud Smiling Palace for generations to come. When the opening ceremony of the proud Smiling Palace is held, we will certainly attend it. Lu Yu's words were tactful, but in fact, he had made it clear that the Flowing Sun sect would not join the proud Smiling Palace and become one of its affiliates. As soon as this was said, Lu Kun and the others' faces darkened. The high-level celestial master next to Lu Kun shouted with dissatisfaction, "Leader Lu, you should know the prestige of our palace master. You should think about it carefully. Don't force us to use force." Lu Yu replied without hesitation, "Our entire sect has made a decision. Please don't make things difficult for us." Lu Yu had the guts to reject the proud Smiling Palace, and he even said the words, "entire sect." Obviously, he was ready to fight to the death. At this time, Lu Kun finally spoke, "Our palace masters must be carried out." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately displayed his emperor-level qi, and it instantly enveloped Lu Yu and the others. It's the Xian sovereign. The elders of the Flowing Sun sect instantly felt a great pressure, and they immediately confirmed Lu Kun's strength. Everyone's faces darkened. "Lord, please don't push us too far." At this time, two old men behind Lu Yu flashed out and stood in front of Lu Yu. Both of them were at the half-emperor level, and they could barely resist Lu Kun's qi. "It's all of you who refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Lu Kun didn't want to waste his breath. A sword appeared in his hand, and a large amount of world energy enveloped the two quasi-emperors. At the same time, his mount, the green-eyed cat, neighed a few times, and it was about to pounce at the members of the Flowing Sun sect. The heavenly exalts behind Lu Kun had dispersed as well, and they were ready for battle. With Lu Kun here, all of them were only responsible for attacking from the outside. For a time, the sky was in chaos, and the roars of numerous beasts resounded through the sky. Two quasi-emperors had joined forces against Lu Kun, and they seemed to possess a joint secret technique that possessed extraordinary might. They were actually able to resist Lu Kun's attacks and remain undefeated for now. On the other hand, the green-eyed cat was engaged in battle with a few high-rank sixth spirit beasts, and it wasn't able to deal any significant damage. However, Lu Kun wouldn't be the only emperor-level expert on his side. Suddenly, strands of black mist started to emanate from the surroundings, and an aura that was even stronger than Lu Kun's aura pressed down upon Lu Yu and the others. "Those who don't surrender will die." A cold and gloomy voice rang out. This voice seemed to have come from the depths of hell, and it gave off an eerie and terrifying feeling. "Poop-you." As the voice rang out, the heads of several cultivators on the Flowing Sun sect's side flew to the side, and headless corpses fell from the sky. It was a particularly hideous sight. The one who had attacked was Guan Chang, who had accompanied Lu Kun here, a mid-level mystic emperor. With two true emperor-level experts accompanying them, if they couldn't subdue a mere fifth-grade sect, it would be too unreasonable. With Guan Chang's attack, the members of the Flowing Sun sect were all in a panic. However, at this time, an equally shocking aura came from the back of the Flowing Sun sect, and a powerful voice roared, "You want my Flowing Sun sect to surrender? You're not qualified." Chapter 8:21. The newcomer's speed was very fast and his aura was very strong. Everyone was shocked by this loud voice and stopped what they were doing. The people of the Flowing Sun sect all revealed expressions of ecstasy and stepped aside to make a path for them. A few words flashed through Lu Kun and Guan Chang's minds. There really is a mystic the Arch? Most fifth-grade sects would at most have a half-emperor, but there was no lack of mystic thearchs. However, when they reached this level, they would announce that they had such a super expert in charge. Firstly, it was to show off their strength, and secondly, it was to make others fear them so that they wouldn't dare to have any ideas about them. On the way to the Flowing Sun sect, Lu Kun and the rest had a rough grasp of the sect's strength. They knew that there was a half-emperor in charge, but they had never heard of a mystic the Arch. The sudden appearance of a mystic the Arch had indeed shocked them. However, this wasn't enough to make them panic. There was only one person. One of them was a low-level mystic the Arch, and the other was a mid-level mystic the Arch. Unless a mid-level or high-level mystic the Arch came, no one would be able to get away with it. The newcomer was obviously not a high-level mystic the Arch, nor was he a mid-level mystic the Arch. He was just a super expert who had just stepped into the mystic the Arch realm. However, this person looked very young, as if he was in his 30s. He had a resolute appearance, eyes like the sun, and an imposing aura. He wore a set of battle armor that emitted a strong fire attribute. His head, shoulders, chest, legs, every part of his body was wrapped tightly. This was a very complete set of battle armor. This young man didn't carry any weapons. He sat on a low-level 7th grade fire cloud lion. The man in lion looked very majestic, giving off a powerful and shocking feeling. You succeeded? Lu Yu looked at the newcomer with a face full of surprise. The young man nodded at Lu Yu and said, "Yes, Lord Father. Didn't let you down and finally broke through to the Arch realm. Good. The heavens are really blessing our flowing sun sect." Lu Yu exclaimed with a face full of joy. This young man was Lu Yu's son, Lu Su, the future successor of the flowing sun sect. If the name Lu Su was mentioned now, perhaps no one would recognize such a monstrous genius. He actually broke through to the mystic the Arch realm at such a young age. Why was he a nobody? Actually, the name Lu Su had once caused a stir in the Central Territory. However, he was like a shooting star that flashed by and quickly vanished without a trace, and no one paid any attention to him. 50 years ago, Lu Su's name was like Ling Zhao's, being talked about enthusiastically by others. It was all because Lu Su had almost created a miracle similar to Ling Xiao in the Imperial Rankings tournament, and he'd practically seized the position of the first emperor from the young geniuses of the 18 great powers. Unfortunately, in the end, he still fell short by a little and was forced to take second place, becoming the Imperial Exterminator. At that time, Lu Su did not mention which faction he was from. In the Imperial Ranking Tournament, he had also completed the mission alone, while the champion of the Martial Spirit Court had completed the mission with a team. In comparison, Lu Su had proven the value of his strength. At that time, Lu Su received the pursuit of many major factions. Many factions all threw out branches to him, hoping to be able to recruit him. But Lu Su did not accept these factions' good intentions. After the Imperial Rankings tournament ended, he chose to enter seclusion alone. In less than 2 years, Lu Su achieved middle-stage Empyrean strength in one stroke. Not only that, he even slayed the encirclement of over a dozen Empyreans with middle-stage Empyrean strength. Among them, there were even 2 high-level Empyreans. This battle established Lu Su's awe-inspiring reputation, and it also made people feel that Lu Su had combat strength that overwhelmed those of the same generation. It was just that after that battle, Lu Su vanished from everyone's sight, and there was no news of him anymore. At that time, everyone felt that he might have been killed by enemies, or perhaps he chose to take refuge somewhere. Nobody knew that Lu Su just returned to the faction he was at, the Flowing Sun sect, and secluded himself to cultivate. In just a few decades, Lu Su actually went from middle-stage Empyrean strength to low-stage Mystic the Arch cultivation in one go. This speed was truly like sitting on a rocket, and it was so fast that it left people speechless. Lu Su was only around 100 years old now, and an Emperor rank expert at such a young age was rare even in the Central Territory. Even if it was amongst the 18 great powers of the Central Territory, it might not be able to easily foster such an outstanding and monstrous genius. Why did Lu Su have such outstanding achievements at such a young age? Besides his own outstanding tenbin, it was naturally related to his fortuitous encounters. Since he was young, he was tested to have a physique that was infinitely close to pure fire attribute, and his cultivation of tenbin was definitely quite high. Moreover, as the son of the Flowing Sun sect's sect master, the cultivation resources he obtained were naturally very abundant. This allowed him to attain the strength of a high-level earthly sovereign when he was in his 40s. Reaching high-level earthly sovereign at this age was in the range of geniuses, but compared to the younger generation of the 18 major factions, It was not particularly dazzling. However, when he suddenly achieved the title of the second killing emperor, second only to the first martial emperor, with his own strength, then his dazzling point was highlighted. Lu Su did not have such a monstrous speed of advancement from the beginning. Instead, he had other encounters in the chaotic abyss of war and obtained a precious inheritance, and also separated the inheritor's memories. This was the reason why he could reach his current realm in just a few decades without relying on any elixirs. The central region was vast and boundless, and secret realms were not uncommon. There would always be a few who were favored by the heavens and obtained fortuitous encounters. Ling Xiao obtained fortuitous encounters, and his combat strength was astonishing. Yuan Zhantian was also the inheritor of the sacred battle ape, and Wu Bufan possessed the chaotic battle physique. The three of them were all favored by the heavens, but it was not just them. Lu Su was also one of the favored by the heavens. He had the ability to fight above his cultivation level, and everyone in the Flowing Sun sect knew that his prestige in the sect far exceeded that of the sect master. Now that he had broken through to the mystic the Arch realm, their reverence for Lu Su had reached a state of blindness. "Who are you? How dare you invade my Flowing Sun sect?" Lu Su coldly looked at Lu Kun and the others and shouted. A violent flame spread out from his body, and the people around him had to quickly retreat far away. The scorching flame was unbearable, and the powerful aura caused the surrounding air to tremble slightly. Lu Yu said, "They are from the proud Smiling Palace. They want our Flowing Sun sect to become one of their subordinates. We did not agree, so they used force." What kind of power is the proud Smiling Palace? Lu Su did not understand. He had been training hard and rarely paid attention to what was happening in the outside world. Naturally, he did not know about the proud Smiling Palace. It is a new power, but it is quite strong. I will tell you after the enemy is repelled. Lu Kun slightly frowned and said, "Our palace master's combat strength is outstanding, and he is majestic. He is not even afraid of a power like the Sha Tiangu family. He is also a rank 7 alchemist, and it won't be long before he becomes a saint alchemist. It is your honor to submit to our palace master, so why are you so stubborn?" The Flowing Sun sect was already a top rank 5 sect with the Arch Realm Master. If it had 2 the Arch Realm Masters, it would be a rank 4 sect. If such a power became a subsidiary of the proud Smiling Palace, it would be extremely beneficial to the proud Smiling Palace. "I don't care how powerful your palace master is, our Flowing Sun sect will not submit," Lu Yu said firmly. Their Flowing Sun sect still needed to be passed down to his son, so how could they become a subsidiary of someone else? "Since that is the case, then don't blame us for being impolite." Lu Kun said, "Father, all of you step back. I want to see how impolite they are." Lu Su replied coldly. Lu Kun was just about to attack when Guan Chang spoke from the side, "Leave him to me. You aren't a match for him." As a mid-stage mystic emperor, Guan Chang was able to sense how extraordinary Lu Su was, so he volunteered to fight. "Both of you come at me together. If the two of you can defeat me, then why can't our Flowing Sun sect submit to you?" Lu Su spoke in an extremely arrogant tone. As soon as he finished speaking, it was like a blazing sun had gradually risen behind him. He was like the son of the sun, and a vast aura descended towards the surroundings while the energy of his world surged out in all directions. 9 brilliant suns, 9 different colors, and a myriad of gorgeous rays of light illuminated the world like the light of Buddha. It was so dazzling that everyone couldn't open their eyes. What kind of world energy is this? It is actually so terrifying. Lu Kun spoke with an astonished expression. Guan Chang revealed an expression of extreme disgust as well. Such a vast righteous sun was the bane of his darkness element. "Attack!" Guan Chang grunted coldly, and then balls of black mist transformed into countless demons that enveloped Lu Su. Zizi. It was just that when Guan Chang's world energy came into contact with Lu Su's world energy, it was immediately burned by that powerful blazing energy until it shriveled up. "Both of you come at me together. Otherwise, you won't have a chance," Lu Su said very confidently. Right now, A small sun appeared on his forehead, and it was like a supreme battle pattern, making people feel that he was incomparably mighty. Lu Kun also didn't stand on ceremony. He didn't deduce the power of his world as he directly brandished his long sword and slashed out streaks of incomparably huge cyan sword qi, which attacked Lu Su, who was in the middle of the 9 brilliant suns. Guanchang also withdrew his world energy as he slashed out with frightening black saber astral saber. Every saber had the power to destroy mountains and split rivers. Just in time, I can use you guys to test my moves. Lu Su revealed a maniacal smile. His battle-intent soared as he drove the power of his world. Streaks of brilliant suns descended from the sky. Red, yellow, blue, 9 streaks of different colors blasted towards Lu Kun and Guanchang's powerful moves from different directions. Rumble. A series of deafening booms rang out incessantly. Streaks of elemental power kept splashing out, and the two groups of people in front and behind retreated a long distance for fear of being affected. When the people of the Flowing Sun sect saw that Lu Su was fighting 1 against 2, their eyes were filled with worry, but more than that, they were filled with excitement. And the 100 people who came with Lu Kun also revealed a look of shock. They didn't expect that the Flowing Sun sect was hiding such an expert. Faintly, everyone felt that this trip might have deviated from the result they wanted. Chapter 8:22. Lu Su was once determined to have a body that was closest to the pure yang body. He had 95% of the fire attribute. Since young, he had an endless supply of resources to temper his body, allowing his body to improve to the next level. His cultivation speed was extremely fast, and he was fully deserving of being a prodigy in the Flowing Sun sect. However, what truly made him incomparably strong was the miraculous encounter he had in the chaotic abyss of war. As for what kind of miraculous encounter gave him the ability to fight above his cultivation realm? 100,000 years ago, the Kim people's empire had a subsidiary kingdom called the Mingri Kingdom. The royal family had a supreme divine technique called the 9 sun-burning heaven technique, which was second only to the ancient emperor's divine technique. Once the 9 sun-burning heaven technique was cultivated to the highest level, it would be able to deduce 9 different blazing suns. It would possess unparalleled might, able to incinerate the sky and evaporate the sea. Apart from obtaining the 9 sun-burning heaven technique, Lu Su had also obtained a complete set of low-grade Saint Artifact defensive armor. At the same time, he had a pair of middle-grade Saint Artifact gloves. With the 9 sun-burning heaven technique, Lu Su had the confidence to fight 2 at once. A set of divine technique gave him the ability to fight above his cultivation realm. In addition to a set of Saint-grade battle armor, ordinary people would not be able to break through his defense. It would be rather difficult to defeat him. Lu Su was like the son of the sun as he continuously launched the 9 blazing suns at Lu Kun and Guanchang. Lu Kun was of the wood attribute while Guanchang was of the dark attribute. Both attributes were suppressed by the fire attribute. Lu Su's strength did not seem to be as simple as a low-grade mystic the arch. The blazing power of the 9 blazing suns was simply unbearable for them. Lu Kun was barely able to withstand 3 blazing suns while Guanchang was able to withstand 6. The different colored blazing suns were constantly changing positions and bombarding the two of them, causing them to be in a difficult situation. This cannot go on. Brother Guanchang, you deal with these 9 blazing suns first. I will go and kill him later. Lu Kun's body flashed with thousands of green radiance as he forced the 3 blazing suns away. Following which, his entire body flickered as he attacked Lu Su, who was behind him. Any world strength was deduced by the martial artists themselves. Once the martial artist was forced to the point where they could not cope with it, the world strength would naturally disappear. Guanchang knew what Lu Kun was trying to do. Without thinking, he released all his strength. The mid-stage mystic Thearka's world power wrapped around the 9 suns. The black mist was like chains, entangling and corroding the 9 suns. However, the bright yang energy continued to restrain the dark attribute, incinerating the black fog lock. Guanchang kept increasing the strength of his encirclement. His forehead was covered in sweat. He was a middle-stage mystic Thearcha's world power, but he was actually forced into such a state by a low-stage mystic Thearcha's world power. This was something that could not be helped. Lu Su's world force was not ordinary. At the very least, it could be evaluated as a low-grade emperor world force. It was normal for him to be able to resist 2 ordinary world forces. Lu Kunqiang's move went straight for Lu Su's face. The cold sword chi was like a tide pouring down rapidly. Lu Su faced Lu Kun's killing move with a look of disdain. You dare to behave atrociously in our flowing sun sect with just this bit of strength? You are not qualified. After speaking, he made his move. With a simple punch, a bright sun was blasted out by his bare hands. The energy was blazing, the light was dazzling, and the might was oppressive. Rumble! The green sword chi and the fist that was like the bright sun clashed, emitting a bright and dazzling light. The sound of the explosion reverberated continuously. The surrounding people retreated again and again. Seeing the battle between the 3 emperors, their horizons were greatly broadened. So powerful! That person can actually withstand the combined attack of 2 Grand Elders. I never thought that a mere 5th-grade sect would have such a powerful existence. That's right. It looks like it won't be as smooth as before. If the 2 elders lose, what should we do? That won't happen. Even if the 2 elders can't win, they won't lose either. This person is so young. I wonder who is stronger between him and the palace master. Bastard, how can you compare the palace master with someone from such a low-level power? The palace master is definitely stronger. Lu Su's world force had obviously weakened a bit due to Lu Kun's crazy attacks, and the pressure on Guanchang's side was greatly reduced as well. However, he was still unable to disperse the 9 suns in one go. Suddenly, the power of the sun flourished in the place where Lu Kun and Lu Su were fighting. A fiery fist seemed to tear through the sky as it blasted out. The powerful and unparalleled power was shocking and dazzling. A figure flew out, and a mouthful of blood was like a resplendent summer flower, drawing a beautiful parabola. The figure that flew out was Lu Kun. Guanchang was shocked. He gritted his teeth and used his most powerful strength. At the same time, he detonated his world force and completely destroyed the 9 suns. At the same time, he took the opportunity to flash out like a ghost and blast towards Lu Su, who was about to chase after Lu Kun. Numerous black blade energies slashed down courageously towards Lu Su's head. Lu Su could only give up on Lu Kun and turn around. He swung both his fists at the same time, and every single punch carried a brilliant sun. Shockingly, their strength wasn't much weaker than a mid-stage Mystic Emperor's attack. For a time, Guanchang and Lu Su collided incessantly with each other, and formidable energy sprayed out incessantly. Lu Kun obtained a chance to catch his breath. He looked at Lu Su, who was fighting intensely with Guanchang, and he knew that the mission this time would probably be difficult to complete. Lu Kun hesitated for a moment before he turned around and shouted to the people he brought along, "All of you return to the palace immediately and report this matter to the palace master." Subsequently, Lu Kun joined the circle of battle once more. The 3 of them exerted all their strength to the limit, and rays of different attributes exploded incessantly in the sky. When the people Lu Kun brought along heard his orders, they didn't stay any longer and immediately turned around and left hastily. Lu Kun and Guanchang were their greatest reliance. If even 2 Emperor Realm experts couldn't stop them, then how could they go against the experts of a sect? Don't let them escape. Kill them. Lu Yu immediately shouted when he saw the situation, and he ordered the people of his sect to chase after the group from the proud, smiling palace. For a time, the situation was completely one-sided. The Flowing Sun sect had 2 quasi-emperors, and their speed wasn't something a heavenly venerable could compare to. They mercilessly slaughtered the members of the proud, smiling palace. They already had a super expert like Lu Su, and they felt that the proud, smiling palace wasn't terrifying anymore. So, they didn't show any mercy when they killed them. Numerous miserable cries resounded incessantly in the sky, and smears of blood dyed half the sky red. This battle was bound to end in a crushing defeat for the proud, smiling palace. Even though Lu Kun had joined forces with Guan Chang, he was still unable to suppress Lu Su. His fist technique seemed to be simple, yet it contained an extremely great force. Coupled with his saint-rank defense, it caused the injuries he suffered to be negligible. Lu Kun and Guan Chang's hearts were in turmoil. They didn't expect that a low-level Xian emperor could have such an abnormal combat strength and defense, which made them feel powerless. Moreover, the two of them heard the miserable cries of the people they had brought with them, and they became even more anxious. Lu Kun, you go first, I will stop him. Guan Chang said faintly. No way. Even if we lose, we can't let our palace lord lose face. Lu Kun was also stubborn, and he refused without thinking. Before they came here, Ling Xiao had given them a strict order that they must complete the task. Now, they couldn't even defeat a low-level Xian emperor, and if they ran away with their tails between their legs, it would be a disgrace to the proud, smiling palace. Well said. It's good that the proud, smiling palace has such a loyal person like you. If I have the chance, I really want to see what kind of person your palace lord is. Lu Su praised and then said, Enough playing, let's stop here. After saying that, his expression became incomparably stern, and his whole body's momentum rose again. Both of his boxing gloves were covered with a black flame, which looked particularly strange. The fourth style of the 9 suns burning heaven art, Black Flame of the Sun. The strange black flame carried 2 suns as if they had been swallowed by a heavenly dog, and it pressed towards the 2 of them. The surrounding air was burned, and the scorching heat was unbearable. Facing Lu Su's powerful killing move, Lu Kun and Guan Chang didn't dare to hold back, and they both used their own killing moves. Bang! The collision of the powerful moves seemed to want to shake the heaven and earth to the point of smashing. Dazzling light of attributes splashed out incessantly, like beautiful fireworks blooming in the sky, appearing especially beautiful and unusual. The sound of the battle lasted for about an hour, and then it began to stop. A young man, who looked like the son of the sun, wearing a set of majestic armor, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking dignified and extraordinarily handsome. The 2 old men were like dead dogs, and they were smashed into the ground thousands of miles below, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. A cold smile appeared on Lu Su's face, and he said indifferently, The strength of an emperor is really strong. Lu Kun and Guan Chang were defeated, and they were defeated before they could even hurt Lu Su. This was a crushing defeat. A low-tiered mystic the arch fighting against a low-tiered mystic the arch and a mid-tiered mystic the arch at the same time. This kind of courage was not something an ordinary person could compare with. Furthermore, he emerged victorious in the end. If this battle result was to be spread out, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Everyone would be amazed that another monster had appeared in the central region. Take them with you, they still have some value. Lu Su said indifferently, and then he turned around and returned to the Flowing Sun sect. Lu Yu looked at his son's imposing figure, and his heart was indescribably excited. With a son like this, our sect can naturally shine. Congratulations, Sect Lord. The young Sect Lord will definitely be famous after this battle. The heavens really bless our sect. With the young Sect Lord here, the proud smiling palace is nothing. We can't let our guard down. The proud smiling palace isn't even afraid of Sha Tian and the Gu family. They must have something to rely on. We must go back and prepare early. Yes, we can't let our guard down, but they won't come back for a while. Let's go back and celebrate the young Sect Lord successfully becoming an emperor first. The people of the Flowing Sun sect were all proud, as if with Lu Su, they had enough confidence to deal with the proud, smiling palace. Chapter 8:23. The Death Mountain Range, the Proud Smiling Palace. On the main peak of the Proud Smiling Palace, there was a secluded and spacious courtyard behind the temporary imperial residence. The courtyard was filled with all sorts of 5-flower spirit flowers, and bursts of fragrance wafted through the air, causing one to feel extremely refreshed. There were also trees of different heights in the surroundings, and 2 of the trees even had swings tied to them for recreational purposes. In several directions of the courtyard, there were bamboo houses built with 1,000-year-old green bamboos. From time to time, the sound of wind chimes could be heard. There was also a pavilion with a stone table and stone stools, a zither, and a soft bed made of animal skin. Outside the pavilion, there was a stream slowly flowing down from a high place. The sound of flowing water, together with the cries of several spirit beasts, seemed so beautiful and free. In the courtyard, several beautiful women walked out of several bamboo houses. Every woman here was beautiful, graceful, and overflowing with fragrance, dazzling people's eyes and stirring their hearts. Every woman here was of the highest quality. They were the cultivation partners of any man. No matter which man was lucky enough to have one of them as his wife, he would feel that he had cultivated for 3 lifetimes. However, every single beauty here belonged to a man, a young man, who was also the woman of the true owner of this place. After a while, in the pavilion, the handsome man who was enjoying life like an immortal was lying on his side on a soft bed. His head was cushioned on a pair of faintly discernible jade-like legs. A beautiful woman was massaging his shoulders, back, and legs. There was a satisfied smile on his face. His thick mouth was slightly open, and a sparkling spirit fruit was put into his mouth by her slender jade-like fingers. He chewed it carefully, and occasionally drank a few mouthfuls of wine. At the same time, he listened to the sweet sound of the zither. This was the perfect embodiment of any man's ideal of lying drunk on the knees of beauties. Any man who saw such a man being comfortably served by several stunning women would go crazy with jealousy. When the song ended, the lingering sound lingered in the air. The people in the pavilion all had intoxicated expressions on their faces. Clap, clap. The handsome man who was lying on the soft bed clapped his hands and praised, "Xer's zither is getting more and more refined. No matter who hears it, they will involuntarily fall into it. It's just that you still lack some understanding of life, and your understanding of the meaning of music is not deep enough. 70% of the realm is enough, you still lack 30% of the experience." The woman in front of the elegant zither gently parted her red lips and said with a smile, "That's right. When I was in the family, my aunt also said the same thing. She said that I should go to the secular world to experience the various forms of life. Only then would I be able to reach the realm of being one with the zither and playing the music according to my heart." The handsome man gently nodded, "Yes, although you can cultivate your mind by staying here all day, but you have never enjoyed the life of an ordinary person. Naturally, you can't understand happiness, anger, sorrow, happiness, and many other feelings. Let me accompany you outside the palace when I have time. When I have time, I will go and enjoy the happiness of ordinary." The charming woman, who was supported by him on her jade-like legs, lightly brushed her hair and said happily, "Oh, after the opening ceremony, my husband will accompany us to travel around the world and enjoy the happiness of ordinary days." Another dignified and elegant woman also suggested, "Why don't we go back to the northwest and southern wasteland to take a look? Sister Yun, do you miss Tiana? I wonder how that cute little guy is doing now. He should be as outstanding as my husband." "I agree. Let's go back to the northwest and southern wasteland to take a look. We can also bring Master and Madam here so that we can fulfill our filial duties." 3 women in a play. These words were not without reason. Ever since the handsome man spoke, there was no room for him to speak. He could only respond with a happy and carefree smile. The women talked and laughed, and from time to time, bursts of happy sounds could be heard. They seemed to be very harmonious and happy. This kind of atmosphere made the man feel indescribable satisfaction. If only Meng Qi was here. The handsome man sighed helplessly in his heart. Although there were countless beauties around him, he still felt a bit lonely, yearning, regret, and guilt in his heart. All kinds of complicated emotions gradually appeared on the handsome man's face. "What's wrong?" the elegant and dignified woman asked. Just as the handsome man was about to say something, some restless sounds came from outside the courtyard. Immediately after, a voice sounded outside the courtyard, "Young master, the military advisor has something important to discuss with you." The handsome man immediately stood up and said something to his women, then strode out of the courtyard. Ling Xiao was already a palace master, but he still liked and was used to being called young master by the people around him. He didn't want to be like a nouveau riche and let others call him emperor. That would make him feel very tasteless. No matter what, he was still very young and strong. In the future, when his strength improved, his appearance would almost remain the same. Therefore, the title of young master was still very appropriate. To those who were not of the direct line of descent, he would let them call him palace master to show the power of deterrence. Before Ling Xiao walked to the main seat, he immediately said to Xian Yao, who had a somewhat anxious expression on his face, "Fraud, why are you looking for me in such a hurry?" Xian Yao pointed to a holy master who was kneeling in front of the main hall. Let him talk about it. Only then did Ling Xiao shift his gaze towards the Empyrean martial artist who looked extremely pathetic. This holy master was already at the high level. His name was Zui Yumao, a warrior of the wind attribute, and he was an inner elder of the proud smiling palace. Palace master, I am Zui Yumao, who accompanied Elder Lu and Elder Guan to persuade the Luyang sect. Half a month ago, we arrived at the Luyang sect, but they refused and resisted. Everyone died. Only I escaped because of my speed. Please avenge us, Palace Master, and wash the blood of the Luyang sect. Zui Yumao said to Ling Xiao with an incomparable grievance. What happened? Tell me in detail. Ling Xiao's expression was serious, and he immediately asked seriously. Based on his senses, he could tell that Guan Chang was definitely not dead. Otherwise, he would not have stayed in the backyard with the women so leisurely. But what did the Luyang sect rely on? How could they keep Lu Kun and Guan Chang, two emperors, and kill the people of the proud smiling palace? Could it be that they are playing tricks again? Ling Xiao thought of Sha Tian, the Gu family, and the Black Demon sect. He felt that only these three forces had the ability to deal with the two emperors he had sent out. Zui Yumao did not hide anything, and he reported everything that had happened in the Luyang sect to Ling Xiao. A young Xian emperor could fight against two Xian emperors. Ling Xiao exclaimed in disbelief. He knew that there was no lack of geniuses in the central region who could fight above their level, but he was surprised that there was such a person in a mere 5th grade sect. It's true. That person's world power was like 9 suns of different colors. The power of the suns was too terrifying, and it forced the two elders to their limits. If it wasn't for Elder Lu knowing that he was no match for him and telling us to run first, I wouldn't have been able to escape the fate of being killed, Zui Yumao said very seriously. 9 suns of different colors? Ling Xiao murmured softly, and his eyes suddenly bloomed with some heat. Could it be the 9 suns burning sky art? Ling Xiao had inherited the Zhan Wangye's memories, and he had some understanding of some things that happened 100,000 years ago. Now that he heard Zui Yumao's description, a fragment of memory suddenly appeared in his mind. The Mingri dynasty was one of the vassal states of the Qin people's dynasty, so the Zhan Wangye naturally knew about it. The reputation of the 9 suns burning sky art was only below that of the ancient emperor's mystical technique, and the outside world even thought that the 9 suns burning sky art was the nemesis of the ancient emperor's mystical technique. Once someone successfully cultivated the power of the 9 suns, the immortal body of the ancient emperor's mystical technique would be incinerated into nothingness. It was also because of this rumor that the Qin people's dynasty had a deep sense of vigilance against the Mingri dynasty, and they constantly suppressed and ostracized this dynasty. In the end, when the war broke out, it caused a strong backlash from the Mingri dynasty. Back then, the royal family of the Mingri dynasty was also among those who chased after the Zhan Wangye. It was also because these fragments of memory were relatively deep that Ling Xiao was so astonished. At the same time, he was especially curious about the 9 suns burning sky art. One had to know that he also possessed the fire attribute, and if he obtained this kind of powerful attack, it would undoubtedly be like adding wings to a tiger. However, he was not only interested in the 9 sun burning heaven technique, he was also curious about the person who obtained the 9 sun burning heaven technique. The 9 suns burning sky art had been lost for 100,000 years, just like the ancient emperor's mystical technique. Now that someone had obtained it, it was certain that that person had participated in the imperial ranking tournament, but no one knew which tournament he had participated in. This is my fault. I did not expect that there would be such a person in the Flowing Sun sect. Otherwise, I would have sent 1 or 2 more people to help Uncle Lu and the others. Ling Xiao sighed heavily. He was sighing for those who had died, but he did not feel very sad, only a little bit of self-blame. After all, this was a road to becoming a king, and it was inevitable that there would be casualties. If he could not even let go of these things, it would be difficult for him to go further. Young master, it seems that the other side only has 1 Xian emperor. Although his combat strength is extraordinary, we have more people. Why don't we send 2 more powerful elders to fight? I believe that it will not be a big problem to take down the Flowing Sun sect. Xian Yao suggested. Right now, there were many Xian emperors in the proud Smiling Palace, and there were even a few Xian emperors who had reached high levels. Sending them to fight would definitely be a piece of cake for the Flowing Sun sect. However, Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "There is no need. I will personally go to the Flowing Sun sect to see if the power of the 9 suns is really strong enough to burn the sky." As Ling Xiao said this, his expression became a bit hot, and his blood began to boil. After nearly 2 years of silence, his strength had increased a lot. Although there was still some gap between him and the peak of the Celestial Master level, he was a bit stronger than before. He could not wait to move his body again. Chapter 8:24. Within the Flowing Sun sect, the entire sect celebrated for 3 days and 3 nights, congratulating Lu Su for becoming the emperor. This was the second person to become an emperor since the establishment of the Flowing Sun sect. Furthermore, he had achieved it at such a young age, enough to make all the martial artists revere him. A mysterious emperor who was around 100 years old, no matter where he went, would always be as dazzling as ever. If he was allowed to grow like this, his future would be limitless. Within the Flowing Sun sect's main hall, Lu Yu sat at the head of the table. Below him sat his own son, Lu Su, 2 half-emperor experts, and a group of other Flowing Sun sect elders. Lu Su said to his father, "Lord Father, you can keep the position of sect master, or you can pass it on to second brother in the future. I don't have time to care about these things." As soon as Lu Su said this, the expressions of everyone in the hall changed slightly, but they weren't too surprised. Lu Yu also revealed a helpless expression as he smiled and said, "Suer, I know that your ambition is definitely not here, but this is the foundation left behind by the ancestors, only you can carry it forward. Your second brother is still young, and his strength is not enough to become a sect master." Lu Su waved his hand and said, "Lord Father, even if I don't become the sect master, I am still a part of the Flowing Sun sect. If anyone wants to bully our Flowing Sun sect, they will have to ask me, Lu Su. Lord Father, you are still in your prime, so you should continue to sit on the position of sect master." Lu Su's words were filled with a tone that did not allow for discussion. He was determined not to become the sect master. His ambition was not here, he still had a lot of room to grow. He did not want to be entangled by these worldly matters and not be able to focus on cultivation. It could be said that Lu Su was a true cultivation madman. If Ling Xiao only focused on cultivation, his current strength might be much higher. It was just that he had too many things to do and too many distracting thoughts, which was why he was stuck at his current stage of strength. Fortunately, he had a fortuitous encounter that made up for his lack of time to cultivate. At this time, a half-emperor elder stroked his beard and said, "Since young sect master has his own thoughts, sect master should not force him. His path is no longer something we can control." Another half-emperor nodded and said, "Then let's make young Emperor Feng Su the sect guardian elder of our Flowing Sun sect. He has the power to control our sect's life and death, and protect our sect." That's settled then. Lu Su didn't wait for his father to speak and directly agreed. Then he changed the topic. "Now let's talk about the proud Smiling Palace. I think they will come to us soon." Lu Yu was not surprised. He immediately asked one of the elders to tell the story of the proud Smiling Palace. In fact, this story was only about the palace leader of the proud Smiling Palace, Ling Xiao. "Sect Protector Elder, this is all I know. That elder bowed and then retreated. Lu Yu said, that Ling Xiao cannot be underestimated. Besides his own strength, he also has mystic Thearcranked followers. Once their army attacks, we might not be able to hold them off. Why don't you leave for now? When you become stronger, you can come back and challenge the Laughing Palace. Lu Yu's worries were not unreasonable. This was the foundation of their ancestors, and he really did not want his descendants to be under someone else. Moreover, his son was so young and so outstanding. He would definitely rise to the top in the future. But his son had just grown up, and he was outnumbered. If the proud Smiling Palace's army attacked, how could his son stop them? We have hostages in our hands, so they won't act rashly. Besides, I also want to see the strength of the first emperor. He actually established a sect with the strength of a high-stage celestial master. What courage! Not only was Lu Su not afraid, but he was also full of fighting spirit. He wanted to see Ling Xiao's strength. Not only was he a cultivation madman, but he was also a battle madman. Any martial artist who wanted to keep growing had a battle instinct. Otherwise, why would they embark on the path of being supreme? But Lu Yu wanted to say something, but Lu Su interrupted him. Father, the weak are prey to the weak. This is the law of the jungle. If that Ling Xiao is really capable and can defeat me, so what if we surrender to him? We will just be his subordinates. We can still survive and develop. We can hide our strength, and when we have accumulated enough strength, we can replace him. If Ling Xiao can't even defeat me, he will not be able to make us surrender to him. When Lu Su said this, he revealed a strong ambition. He had obtained a peerless opportunity, and if he continued to grow, he would definitely become a saint. How could he be willing to be under someone else? However, he also knew the situation. It was not a problem for him to be under someone else for the time being, but when he grew stronger, he would show his ambition and replace the proud, Smiling Palace. It had to be said that Lu Su was a very scheming person. If such a person could not become an overlord in the future, it would be hard to explain. In the main hall, after hearing Lu Su's words, everyone thought about it and felt that it was reasonable. Instead of using the people of a sect to fight to the death, it was better to be under someone else for the time being, and when they were strong enough, they could compete with each other. It wasn't uncommon for a large faction to be overtaken and replaced by a small faction in the central region. Another day passed, and a figure appeared in Luoyang City from the teleportation portal. He was a handsome young man with a good figure. He always had a devilish smile on his face. That smile was enough to instantly kill any woman, from 10 years old to 1,000 years old. He was the type that could be easily persuaded to kill. He was wearing a cloak, and his steps were like that of a dragon and a tiger. He looked very handsome, generous, and heroic. The young man did not stay in Luoyang City. Step by step, he walked towards the famous mountains and rivers outside the city. His movements looked very slow, but he could cross dozens of meters with each step. In a few blinks of an eye, he was already 1,000 meters away. Fortunately, there were very few people outside the city, or people who were flying high in the sky. Very few people noticed that an expert would walk directly without flying, and his speed was surprisingly fast. It really made people feel that there were strange people and strange things happening every year. In less than an hour, the young man arrived at the Luoyang sect's territory. Looking at the towering mountain gate, he sighed lightly and said, "This is a good place. No wonder it can produce outstanding people. I hope it doesn't disappoint me." The cultivators guarding the mountain gate noticed the young man and immediately shouted, "Who goes there? This is my sect's restricted area. Those who are not involved, please leave immediately." The young man glanced at the few people, and a devilish smile appeared on his face. He immediately walked up the stairs with his hands clasped behind his back. That carefree figure seemed to be walking on his own territory, without a care in the world. The few guards just stood there with stupefied expressions, as if they had been bewitched by something. It took them a while to recover. "Hey, where's that person?" One of the guards asked in astonishment. "I'm 80% sure I'm seeing things. It's really a ghost." Another guard looked around and found that there was no one, so he also had a puzzled expression. hallucinating after standing for too long. It's possible, but it's almost time to change shifts. When the time comes, I'll go to the city and find a woman to have some fun with. I know you're thinking about your Chui Hua, but aren't you tired of playing with that woman for so long? What do you know? That woman is really coquettish, and it's so exciting. The young man naturally couldn't hear the guard's loud talk. Along the way, he encountered many patrolling cultivators, but after each cultivator shouted, they were inexplicably absent-minded for a while. When they came back to their senses, they found that there was no one around them and thought they had seen a ghost. The young man reached the main peak of the Luoyang sect as if there was no one around him. As soon as he stood still, a group of Earth's sovereign stage cultivators immediately appeared and surrounded him. A celestial master walked out. "Who the hell are you? How dare you break into our Liang sect?" The young man chuckled with his hands behind his back. "Ling Shao of the proud smiling palace has come to visit your sect. Is this how you treat your guests?" The young man's voice wasn't loud, but it could be clearly heard in every corner of the mountain. As soon as he said this, the people of the Liang sect were frightened and took several steps back. Their faces were full of panic. You are Ling Shao." The celestial master couldn't help but exclaim as he retreated. Ling Zhao's name had already caused a sensation in the central region. The Luoyang sect and the proud smiling palace weren't too far apart, so they were naturally very familiar with Ling Zhao's deeds. They hadn't expected that Ling Shao would personally come to their Luoyang sect, and for a moment, they were all shocked. Then, a large number of people began to fly out from many directions. In just a short moment, nearly 1,000 people had already gathered here. Every single one of them was looking curiously at the genius of the new generation. They wanted to know if he really had 3 heads and 6 arms. He was actually able to establish his own power and even dared to challenge the 18 great powers. Such boldness really made them admire him from the bottom of their hearts. However, now that they were enemies, they naturally didn't dare to show their admiration and respect. Lu Yu pushed through the crowd and walked out. He looked at Ling Shao from head to toe, then cupped his fists and said, "Palace Lord Ling, it's our Liang sect's honor to have you here. I am Lu Yu, the Luoyang sect's sect leader. May I know what Palace Lord Ling has come for?" Lu Yu also tried to be polite before resorting to force. He wondered in his heart, did he come here alone? If that's the case, then everything will be easy with Su here to capture him. Ling Shao seemed to have seen through Lu Yu's thoughts. He smiled faintly and said, "So it's sect leader Lu. This time, I have come alone to represent my sincerity. I hope that your sect can join my sect. What do you think, sect leader Lu?" Ling Shao spoke casually, but there was a kind of oppressive aura that pressed down on everyone's heads. "Palace Lord Ling already knows our answer, so why do you still make things difficult for us?" Lu Yu replied. "Alright, then let's talk about the second matter. My sect should have an elder who is a guest of your sect. Can sect leader Lu please let him go?" Ling Shao seemed to be worried as he changed the topic. "You can let him go, but you have to defeat me first." A loud voice rang out behind the crowd. Chapter 8:25. As the voice fell, 2 figures fell in front of Ling Shao. Bang bang. It was Lu Kun and Guan Chang, who had been captured. The 2 of them looked extremely wretched. Their bodies were riddled with wounds, and their faces were pale. Their auras were extremely weak. It was obvious that their strength had been sealed. Their bodies were also tied up with 1,000-year-old ropes. They could not recover their strength and could not struggle. When they saw Ling Shao not far away, their faces turned ugly. Lu Kun said with difficulty, Young master, I'm sorry. I've embarrassed you." A victory and defeat are common for soldiers. It's fine as long as they're still alive, there's no need to worry about it. Ling Shao laughed lightly, his heart at ease. With 2 emperors still alive, the losses weren't too great. His gaze then turned to the person who had just walked out. This young man looked only a little older than him. He was very young and very muscular. His steps were very steady. A bright red aura surrounded him, giving people a dazzling feeling. It was as if he was the son of the sun who had just walked out of the sun. The first impression was very strong and special. As Ling Xiao was sizing up Lu Su was also sizing up Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with surprise and curiosity. Lu Su was also curious, but there was also a hint of contempt. He understood Ling Xiao's battle record. He had the ability to fight above his cultivation level. However, Ling Xiao was still a high-level celestial venerate. Compared to him, the mystic the Arch, who could fight above his cultivation level, Ling Xiao was really not enough. He could not understand how a mere high-level celestial venerate had the ability to establish a force and even make these mystic thearchs follow him. Finally, he concluded that the force that Ling Xiao's master, the evil the Arch, had left behind was transferred to Ling Xiao. He did not think that these were all subordinates that Ling Xiao had recruited himself. With this conclusion, his impression of Ling Xiao had dropped by a lot. Moreover, now that Ling Xiao dared to come alone, he did not need to wear the saint-ranked battle armor. With his strength, it would not be too much of a problem to capture Ling Xiao. "You were the one who captured my two subordinates?" Ling Xiao asked. Lu Su said proudly, "That's right. If you dare to have any ideas about our Flowing Sun sect, you will have to pay the price. It's just that I haven't taken their lives yet, which is their fortune. However, I want them to see clearly who is suitable to be their master." Lu Su was very confident. No, it could be said to be conceited. He'd aroused the thought of subduing Lu Kun and Guanchong. After all, Emperor Realm experts were difficult to find, and their Flowing Sun sect's foundation was too weak. So, if he was able to make Lu Kun and Guanchong join his Flowing Sun sect, then only would he possess greater confidence and be able to develop even more swiftly. It had to be said that as Lu Su's strength grew, so did his ambition. If Ling Xiao did not understand what Lu Su meant, then his name would not be Ling Xiao. "You are very confident. What's your name?" Ling Xiao smiled without a care. "This emperor is Lu Su. You are the master of the proud smiling palace, Ling Xiao? The first emperor from a few years ago?" Lu Su asked in a provocative tone. "That's right. I am Ling Xiao." Ling Xiao responded, then continued, "I will take them away now, and your Flowing Yang sect will submit to the proud smiling palace. What do you think?" "Ah." Suddenly, Lu Su laughed out loud as if he had heard the funniest joke. The people of the Flowing Sun sect also laughed out loud. They had all seen Lu Su's true strength, and Ling Xiao was only a high-level celestial master. No matter how strong he was, he could not be stronger than Lu Su. Ling Xiao's boastful words made them laugh unbridledly. "Hee, it's funny, isn't it?" Ling Xiao sneered. Then he frowned and sent his mind power to the two people who were laughing the loudest. Before the people stopped laughing, the two elders of the Flowing Yang sect suddenly knelt down on the ground. Then they did the most surprising and unbelievable thing. They knelt on the ground and kept covering their faces with their hands. They kept repeating, "We are sorry, Leader Ling. We shouldn't have laughed. We deserve to die. We, the Flowing Yang sect, are willing to submit to the proud smiling palace." Suddenly, all the people of the Flowing Yang sect stared at the two elders. Their minds were full of questions. "Elder Hai, Elder Chu, what are you doing? Get up. If you say one more word, you will be punished." Lu Yu shouted at the two elders. No one had expected that these two inner court elders who were laughing merrily would suddenly kneel down to the other party and even cover their mouths to say such disgraceful words. Lu Su by the side also looked at the two of them with an astonished expression, and a wave of killing intent gradually soared. "There's no need for this. As long as they're sincere in surrendering to me, I'll treat them well." Ling Xiao tried to persuade them with kind words, but her eyes were filled with a bit of savagery. "Thank you for Palace Master Ling's kindness. Thank you for Palace Master Ling's kindness. Did everyone see that? Palace Master Ling is such a good person. Both of you will return together." The two of them cried out in gratitude. However, before they could finish their words, a streak of heat flashed past them. Bang! The two heads were instantly blown off, and their brains and blood splattered everywhere. "Traitor! How dare you spread lies here?" Lu Su said unhappily. It was obvious that he was the one who killed the two elders. "Why did you do this?" They knew that it was a wise choice to give up the darkness and join the light. Ling Xiao shook his head and sighed. It seemed that he felt sad for the two elders who had died. At this moment, a few more people knelt down in front of Ling Xiao and repeated what the two elders had said. "We are sorry, Leader Ling. We shouldn't have laughed. We deserve to die. We are willing to serve the Smiling Palace." Such a strange scene caused the surrounding people to be dumbfounded once again. What the hell is going on? Lu Yu asked in a slightly panicked manner. Demonic magic. He must be using demonic magic. Otherwise, why would the elders be like this? One of the half-sovereigns pointed at Ling Xiao and said in shock. If this consort knew demonic arts, then why would I waste so much time talking to you? All right, this consort will ask you one more time. Will you surrender or not? Ling Xiao smiled as if she was harming no animals. You really do have some ability. I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications to make our Flowing Sun sect surrender. Lu Su didn't act rashly to kill them this time. Instead, he spoke to Ling Xiao faintly, and a wave of Emperor-rank aura pressed down upon Ling Xiao. The aura of an Emperor-rank expert couldn't be easily resisted by anyone below the Emperor rank. However, Ling Xiao wasn't an ordinary person. His combat strength was comparable to an Emperor-rank expert, so he was immune to Lu Su's aura. Ling Xiao restrained his smile and looked at Lu Su with a serious expression. What you're doing is useless. Come, let's have a good fight. I will make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly. As soon as he finished speaking, he flashed up into the sky like an eagle. Lu Su was slightly stunned, and then a confident smile appeared on his face as he muttered, "You don't want to destroy our Flowing Sun sect? How interesting." If Ling Xiao started a fight with him here, then with the destructive force of an Emperor-rank expert, this place would definitely be greatly damaged, and the others of the Flowing Sun sect would also be affected. However, Ling Xiao didn't do that. Instead, he wanted to fight somewhere else. This was why he found Ling Xiao interesting. However, in his heart, he despised Ling Xiao for being too soft-hearted. If it was him, he would definitely start a fight right away. He wouldn't care about the lives of others. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't care about being a good person. He just believed that subduing the Flowing Sun sect was a must. He wanted to make them surrender wholeheartedly. After they surrendered, they would still be one of the subordinate forces of the proud Smiling Palace. Now that they had destroyed their main peak, they would probably bear a grudge against the proud Smiling Palace in the future. Then, the proud Smiling Palace would definitely pay lip service to them. So, what was the point of subduing them? It was better to eliminate them completely. Far away from the Flowing Sun sect, Ling Xiao and Lu Su stood facing the wind, their clothes fluttering in the wind. Not far away from them, Lu Yu came with many elders. They didn't get too close. Obviously, they just wanted to see who would have the last laugh in this battle. I really don't understand. You're just a high heaven stage exalt. How can you be so confident? Even if you have the ability to suppress your peers, don't you know that there's always someone better out there? Lu Su said with pity. He looked like he had already won. With his ruthless character, in his eyes, Ling Xiao was already a dead man. No matter how strong you are, there will always be someone stronger than you. But you may not be that person, and you may not be that sky. Ling Xiao replied, "Come, let me see how far you have cultivated the 9 Suns heaven-burning art of the Ming-Ri dynasty." Lu Su's expression changed when he heard Ling Xiao's words. He asked gloomily, "How do you know about the 9 heavens-burning sun art? Could it be that you've also obtained some inheritance in the chaos abyss of war?" Lu Su's mind spun quickly, and he thought of a possibility. Ling Xiao must have had a fortuitous encounter in the abyss of war, and it was through such a fortuitous encounter that Ling Xiao learned that Lu Su was cultivating the 9 Suns burning heaven art, which had been lost for 100,000 years. You can think of it that way. As Ling Xiao replied, his battle strength began to rise. In just a short moment, Ling Xiao's aura was comparable to a mystic emperor's. A golden dragon shadow roared out and appeared in the sky. The glazed dragon scale armor immediately wrapped around his body, and a supreme emperor's aura was emitted from his body. Lu Su exclaimed, This is the ancient emperor mystic technique? How is this possible?" Lu Su had obtained the inheritance of the Ming-Ri dynasty, so he naturally knew about the existence of the Qin People's dynasty and the ancient emperor mystic technique. He also knew that the ancient emperor mystic technique was already famous in the ancient times, and it was even better than the nine heavens burning sun art that he cultivated. Nothing is impossible. Back then, the Ming-Ri dynasty submitted to the Qin People's dynasty. Today, the nine heavens burning sun art will also be defeated by my ancient emperor mystic technique. Ling Xiao licked his thick lips and said excitedly. Chapter 8:26. In the sky above a barren mountain, two young men with extraordinary bearings stood facing each other. One of them was a handsome man with a cape on his shoulders. The cape was fluttering in the wind. His graceful bearing, coupled with the mighty golden dragon that was 100 meters long, made him look so noble and domineering that people couldn't help but have the urge to worship him. The other man, who also had a dignified appearance, exuded intense flames all over his body. A brilliant sun battle tattoo gradually appeared on his forehead, and with the appearance of the battle tattoo, 100 meters wide sun appeared behind him. It was so dazzling that no one dared to look at it directly. Not far away, there were quite a few people watching the two youngsters with expressions of anticipation. Qin People's ancient emperor divine technique? Today, let me break the myth and tell you that the nine suns burning sky technique is the most powerful martial art in the world. Lu Su regained his composure. A fanatical look appeared on his face, and a pair of fiery gloves appeared on his hands. At the same time, his generosity world force began to deduce. 9 suns of different colors gathered together, and the blazing light illuminated everything in the surroundings, making it abnormally gorgeous. The high temperature instantly spread out for thousands of miles, and ordinary people would find it hard to withstand the scorching temperature. It really is the 9 suns burning sky technique. The power of the world has already gathered 9 suns. It seems that the opportunity one obtained is not small. Facing the 9 suns world, Ling Xiao didn't show any fear on his face. Instead, he looked extremely excited. Go, have a taste of the power of my 9 suns world. Lu Su shouted and controlled the 9 suns to shine towards Ling Xiao. Dazzling rays of light shot towards Ling Xiao at the same time. Each ray of light contained a terrifying flame. Once touched by it, it would immediately melt away. When the beams of light shot towards him, Ling Xiao didn't dodge. It was as if he didn't want to escape, or the speed of the sunlight was too fast for him to react. Sizzle! Countless flames immediately wrapped around Ling Xiao's body, making a burning sound. Lu Su raised his eyebrows slightly and murmured, "Is he just an idiot? Or is it that you dare to take on my bright sun power just because you have the ancient emperor's divine technique?" Lu Su was very confident in the power of his own world. This attack was enough to destroy an ordinary mystic the Arch. Although Ling Xiao had the ancient emperor divine technique, he did not believe that Ling Xiao could cultivate to a particularly high level. After taking this move, even if he did not die, he would not be seriously injured. However, in the next moment he was dumbfounded. When the sunlight energy dissipated, a figure was still standing in the same place, as if he had not been injured at all, with a faint smile on his face. In Lu Su's eyes, this smile was filled with disdain and mockery. This caused the anger in his heart to flourish, but at the same time, it also caused him to be greatly shocked. Could it be that he has already cultivated the ancient emperor's divine art to the large success realm? He knew that the more profound the ancient emperor's divine art was, the more perverse the defensive ability would be. Ordinary attacks would not pose much of a threat to the opponent. Indeed, after Ling Xiao obtained the inheritance of the Zhan Wangye in the chaotic war abyss, he also obtained his royal bloodline. This allowed him to put the ancient emperor's divine art into order and cultivate it all over again. Right now, he had already cultivated to the 6th transformation, the refinement realm. His physical body's defensive state was already comparable to a true Saint-tier martial artist. How could ordinary attacks hurt him? Ling Xiao lightly flicked the corner of his clothes and revealed an extremely disdainful expression. The power of the 9 yang world, tsk. I think it is only SOSO. Lu Su's brows instantly furrowed into the shape of a chuan. He did not speak any more nonsense as 9 brilliant suns smashed towards Ling Xiao at the same time. Each brilliant sun carried intense and blazing energy as it blasted towards Ling Xiao at the speed of fulgurating shadows. The power of each brilliant sun could definitely destroy mountains and break rivers. Looking at the 100-meter-wide sun, Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. His figure flashed like a bolt of lightning, constantly dodging. Every time he would brush past the sun. It looked rather thrilling, but the brilliant sun did not harm Ling Xiao in the slightest. Lu Su was even more astonished when he saw this scene. His speed is so impressive, but he is safe and sound just like that? Immediately after, Lu Su waved both his hands, and the 9 suns scattered and surrounded Ling Xiao in a circle, completely sealing off Ling Xiao's path of escape. Have a taste of the 9-yang explosion. Lu Su revealed a sinister expression as he said this. He clasped his hands together, and the 9 brilliant suns blasted towards Ling Xiao from different directions. Now that the power of the 9-yang world was completely sealed, and all 9 directions were blocked by a brilliant sun, Ling Xiao no longer had any place to hide. It seems that I have no choice but to use my true strength, Ling Xiao thought to himself. At this moment, his world power was finally deduced. A desolate world instantly bloomed, and an ancient aura immediately assailed his nostrils. Every tree, flower, and grass was so vivid and lifelike, as if it was an independent living world. What kind of world power is this? Lu Su exclaimed. He thought that Ling Xiao should only be a metal attribute martial artist, so the world power deduced should be a world of gold. However, the world power in front of him was obviously not a world of gold, and the aura made him feel fearful and strange. The 2 world powers collided with each other, producing a series of rumbling sounds. The sky shook incessantly, and countless energy broke through the 9 heavens. The people from the Flowing Sun sect, who were watching from not far away, were all shocked by the powerful destructive power. They all retreated again and again, and their faces were filled with horror. Lu Su was already the mystic the Arch, and his vast world power was extraordinary. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was still a high-stage celestial venerate. Although he was as strong as the mystic the Arch, his world power was slightly weaker than Lu Su's. At the same time that the 2 world powers dissipated, Ling Xiao's body was pushed back a few hundred meters, but Lu Su only retreated 100 meters. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly in his heart and said, "There is still a gap in strength, but it should not be a problem to defeat him." Immediately after, Ling Xiao's strength rose again, and he did not hold back at all. His aura had already reached the peak of a low-level mystic the Arch. "Come, I'll make you surrender," Ling Xiao screamed as she tried to extrapolate the power of the world. The volcanoes in the desolate ancient world exploded at the same time, and the destructive dark flames rushed out at the same time. Many of the flames turned into a Qilin divine beast and roared at Lu Su. Lu Su was shocked by the energy of the volcanic eruption. He did not expect that Ling Xiao's world power actually contained the fire attribute, and the power was rather terrifying. No wonder he can establish a sect, he really has some skills, Lu Su thought in his heart. Immediately after, the 9 brilliant suns rose again, and 9 different sun powers shone out at the same time. Boom, boom. The powerful energy blasted together, and it seemed that this part of the world was going to explode. The fire of the 9 suns was worthy of being called the fire of the extreme yang. It was able to hold its own against Ling Xiao's heavenly fire. However, the mighty Qilin and the golden dragon that came from the other side made Lu Su panic. Damn it, what kind of world power is this? It can even deduce a divine beast. Lu Su cursed in his heart, and the saint-rank defensive armor finally started to appear on his body. At the same time, 4 of the suns were left to deal with the 2 divine beasts, and the other 5 were fighting against the volcanic eruption. Unfortunately, he was still unable to completely block Ling Xiao's world power. Countless icicles fell from the sky, piercing towards his head with a murderous aura. Lu Su was caught off guard, and the countless icicles smashed him down from the sky. Not good. Sect Guardian Elder, A half-emperor beside Lu Yu couldn't help but exclaim. He looked like he wanted to go over and help. Lu Yu waved his hand and said, "Don't be impulsive. Su-er has a saint rank armor, so normal attacks can't hurt him." Although he said that, he was very sad and worried when he saw the large number of icicles falling on his son's body. This Ling Xiao really lives up to his reputation. He can actually make the sect guardian elders suffer a loss. Another half-emperor sighed. The other elders of the Flowing Sun sect were nervous. They had all heard of Ling Xiao's fame, and now that they saw their sect guardian elder being hit, they wondered, will the sect guardian elder be killed? The answer was, of course, not so fast. Lu Su's entire body was a saint-rank defensive artifact. Although the icicle's attacks were terrifying, they might not be able to break through his defense. This was also the biggest reason why he could fight against two people at once. When Lu Su shot up from the ground again, Ling Xiao also began to notice that Lu Su's armor was extraordinary. His eyes burned with passion. Wow, a full set of saint-rank armor. This guy has struck it big. He had obtained more than a dozen saint-rank weapons in the Chaotic War Abyss, but they were still inferior to Lu Su's full set of saint-rank armor. Lu Su lightly twisted his neck, his face revealing a look of anger as he said, You actually cultivate several attributes at the same time? No wonder you can create such a strange world energy, but you are not qualified to defeat me, Lu Su." After saying that, he began to move his fists. It was a simple movement, but each punch was like a powerful sun that blasted towards Ling Xiao. He had already lost in terms of world energy, so he would decide the victor in terms of pure strength and moves. Ling Xiao did not dodge Lu Su's powerful moves. He wanted to test out the power of the 9 sun-burning heavens art. Ling Xiao's palms shot out countless palm prints, bombarding the sun. Now, Ling Xiao's 20x combat power was fully activated, and his strength was on par with Lu Su's. The two's fists and palms constantly intersected, and their figures constantly moved, dazzling the eyes of the people in the distance. They were unable to catch the two's figures. At this time, Lu Su finally began to take Ling Xiao seriously. He finally understood why Ling Xiao was able to establish a sect as a high-level Empyrean. Just based on his combat power, he indeed had the qualifications to do so. Even so, Lu Su believed that he could still defeat Ling Xiao, and he began to use his powerful moves in the next moment. Chapter 827. Lu Su made a strange punching motion, and the shape of his fist flashed in a mysterious trajectory. All of a sudden, a scarlet sun descended from the sky and exploded in all directions. That powerful destructive power left everyone speechless. 9 sun-burning heaven art, first form, scarlet scorching sun. Ling Xiao could clearly feel the extraordinariness of this move. He understood that Lu Su was already going all out. Ling Xiao revealed an excited smile. He turned his palm into a leg. That leg shadow was like a gale sweeping away the fallen leaves, kicking the scorching sun into smithereens. However, Ling Xiao's legs were numb from the impact. If it wasn't for his astonishing defense and his immunity to the fire attribute, this move would have caused him quite a bit of damage. Lu Su took the opportunity to get in front of Ling Xiao and smashed his gloved fists towards Ling Xiao's abdomen. "Go and die for me." Lu Su grabbed this opportunity and planned to defeat Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, when his fist landed, he realized that it hit the air and didn't touch the corner of Ling Xiao's clothes. Suddenly, he felt a wind at the back of his head. Without thinking, he immediately lowered his body into a horse stance. Ling Xiao's legs swept over the top of his head. "Your reaction is pretty fast." After Ling Xiao praised, his legs turned into countless leg shadows as he continuously kicked at Lu Su. Even though Ling Xiao managed to hit many of Lu Su's leg attacks, he didn't injure Lu Su much. This made him prepare to change his strategy. However, Lu Su was infuriated as he continuously blasted out the 9 sun-burning heaven art's powerful moves. 9 sun-burning heaven art, second form, golden flames spirit sun. 9 sun-burning heaven art, third form, indigo flames extreme yang. The 9 yang heaven-burning art, each move was stronger than the last. The power it contained was comparable to a mid-tier mystic Thearka's powerful move. Ordinary people would find it hard to defend against it. However, even though Lu Su's moves were powerful, he didn't have an extreme movement technique. He couldn't catch up to Ling Xiao's speed, and every time, Ling Xiao easily dodged his attacks. Ling Xiao did not choose to face it head-on. Instead, he had the mentality of watching every move of the 9 sun-burning heaven art. However, with Lu Su's current strength, he could only unleash the 7th form of the 9 sun-burning heaven art, White Flame True Yang. This move was like a white flame of the true sun, surrounding Ling Xiao, who was trying to escape, and burning him. That great power had already exceeded Ling Xiao's imagination. When the energy dissipated, the dragon scale battle armor on Ling Xiao's body was also damaged. There was a lot of golden blood at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that Lu Su's move made Ling Xiao suffer a little. However, Ling Xiao's face still revealed an indifferent smile and said, "Is that all you have?" Ling Xiao was not very disappointed with Lu Su's combat strength. It was just that Lu Su's movement technique was lacking. When Ling Xiao fully executed his wind attribute, Lu Su could not do anything to him. If Lu Su's movement technique could keep up with Ling Xiao's, Ling Xiao would definitely not be as calm as he was now. Even though he had the ability to fight across realms, he was still slightly inferior to Wu Bufan. In terms of strength, he was on par with them. Lu Su looked at Ling Xiao in shock. Now he finally knew that Ling Xiao was much more powerful than he had imagined. However, he did not think that Ling Xiao had the ability to defeat him. Even if he could not win against Ling Xiao, he had a Saint Artifact's defense. It was not something that could be easily broken, unless Ling Xiao had a high-grade Saint Artifact. Ling Xiao naturally had a high-grade Saint Artifact. Up until now, he had not used the Golden Dragon Spear. However, Ling Xiao did not intend to use the Golden Dragon Spear. He wanted Lu Su to lose wholeheartedly. Such a talent must be used by him. Moreover, he also wanted to obtain the 9 sun-burning heaven art's mental cultivation method. He felt that this secret art could display its true power in his hands. It had to be said that Ling Xiao had always been quite narcissistic. "I will definitely defeat you," Lu Su roared. He deduced the power of the world once again and enveloped Ling Xiao. At the same time, he summoned his protective spiritual beast, Fire Cloud Lion. Since he could not defeat Ling Xiao with his strength alone, then the human and beast would fight together. Rank 7 spiritual beast, you have it, I have it too. Ling Xiao chuckled and also summoned Little Gold. Ling Xiao versus Lu Su, Golden Wolf King versus Fire Cloud Lion. No matter what, Lu Su was unable to deal with Ling Xiao, and his Fire Cloud Lion was also not Little Gold's match. Little Gold's third eye had already displayed its might. The Fire Cloud Lion did not have much leeway to resist. After being illuminated, it was practically torn apart by Little Gold. However, the Fire Cloud Lion's roar allowed it to turn back some of its disadvantage. Now, Ling Xiao had already lost interest in continuing to play. Lu Su's foundation had already been completely grasped by him. There was not much meaning in continuing to fight anymore. Ling Xiao made use of his super speed to get close to Lu Su and opened his mouth. Dragon's Tenbin divine ability, Dragon Roar. A powerful sound wave suddenly roared out, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. How could Lu Su have thought that Ling Xiao still had this move? Although his sacred artifact defensive armor could protect his physical body from harm, there was no way to block the sound wave attack. For a moment his eardrums swelled and hurt, and a buzzing sound reverberated in his ears non-stop. It was also at this moment when he was absent-minded, Ling Xiao's figure surged again. His figures split into 24. Each figure swung out a golden fist at the same time, smashing on Lu Su, who had lost his defense. Bang bang. In an instant, Lu Su was bombarded by 24 Ling Xiao like a sandbag. A series of muffled groans came out. The power of the fist force was terrifying. The most terrifying thing was that a large part of Ling Xiao's punch was actually aimed at the other party's face. The moment the poor Lu Su was smashed away, his entire face had already turned into a pig's head. Lu Su smashed heavily onto the ground, raising a cloud of dust. However, he also bounced up from the ground in an instant. Other than that handsome face that was extremely red and swollen, there seemed to be no injuries on his body. It hurts so much, but it's impossible to hurt me. Lu Su spat out a mouthful of blood and still shouted very arrogantly. Is that so? Ling Xiao grinned, crossed his arms in front of his chest and no longer made any movements. Suddenly, Lu Su's body suddenly made a series of muffled groans, and a lot of blood exploded from the inside out. After a long while, Lu Su's eyes widened. In the end, there was a look of unwillingness in his eyes as he fell heavily back. The people from the Flowing Sun sect who had witnessed this scene from afar were all shocked. Su! Lu Yu cried out in alarm and was the first to fly over. The people behind him also rushed over and summoned their spiritual beasts. Lu Su had been defeated and they could only join forces to kill Ling Xiao. Otherwise, they could imagine what would happen to them. However, before they could reach Lu Su, Ling Xiao had already reached Lu Su's side and grabbed him by the neck. He looked at Lu Yu and the others and said, "If you don't want him to die, you'd better calm down." Lu Su was not dead yet. Ling Xiao had a good sense of propriety. His heavy punches had penetrated the Saint weapon battle armor and the hidden force remained in Lu Su's body. The hidden force would only erupt after each punch. Lu Su's meridians and internal organs were all injured, but it was only a serious injury and he was still breathing. Ling Xiao had no intention of killing him for the time being. Lu Yu and the others did not dare to attack Lu Su together. Ling Xiao, don't be rash. I can release your 2 elders in exchange for my son. What do you think? Lu Yu said anxiously. He had pinned all his hopes on his son. If his son died, he would definitely go mad. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Sect leader Lu, I don't think you are sincere enough. I have come from afar and fought with your son. If I let him go just like that, I will lose face. Ling Xiao said shamelessly. The look on his face made it clear what he intended to do. Lu Yu's face showed that he was in a difficult position. The people behind him also had different expressions. Lu Yu was silent for a while before he replied, Fine. As long as sect leader Ling is willing to release my son, the Flowing Sun sect will follow the lead of the proud, smiling palace. Before this, they had already discussed and decided to submit to the proud, smiling palace for the time being. When they had enough power in the future, they would replace the proud, smiling palace. However, now that Lu Yu had seen how powerful Ling Xiao was, he thought to himself, when the Flowing Sun sect becomes powerful, the proud, smiling palace will also become a huge force. Will we be able to do anything to them then? Although he thought about it, his son's life was in the hands of others, so he could only let them have the final say. Sect leader Lu, your sincerity is still not enough. Ling Xiao shook his head and said with disappointment. Lu Yu did not understand what Ling Xiao meant. The half-step sovereign beside him tugged at the corner of his clothes and signaled him with his eyes. Lu Yu finally understood what to do. He hesitated for a while and finally knelt down in front of Ling Xiao and said, Palace leader Lu Yu. As Lu Yu knelt down, the people behind the Flowing Sun sect knelt down in front of Ling Xiao and said, Palace leader Lu Yu. The voice reverberated endlessly in the vicinity. A satisfied smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face and he said, Good. Get up. You will not regret this decision in the future. He paused and said, Release the 2 elders of the proud, smiling palace. Lu Yu did as he said and brought Lu Kun and Guan Chong to Ling Xiao's side. He untied the 1,000-year rope on their bodies. Ling Xiao gave them healing pills and at the same time he also gave Lu Su a healing pill. From now on, he will stay by my side and be appointed as an inner elder of the proud, smiling palace. I will not mistreat him, Ling Xiao said while pointing at Lu Su. How can I do that? Lu Yu was shocked. He still hoped that his son would continue to become powerful and replace the proud, smiling palace. If his son followed Ling Xiao, wouldn't this matter be ruined? What? You can't compare to me? He will only be able to go further if he follows me, Ling Xiao said in a domineering tone. It was as if he would turn against Lu Yu if he dared to say no. Lu Yu was speechless and could only sigh in his heart. I hope my son can get rid of this devil's clutches soon. Chapter 828. The reason why Ling Xiao wanted to recruit Lu Su was because his combat strength was still abnormally strong. His value was still very high, and his future was relatively broad. Unlike the group of old men he had recruited before, even if he used medicinal pills to help them become stronger, their advancement would be very slow, and their future achievements would ultimately be limited. Beside him, Xian Yao, Yun Feng, Solitary Eagle, Li Kuanghu, Leng Shi, Poison Scorpion, and the 8 generals were still young, and they still needed more time to grow. Each of them had a strong tenbin, but compared to Lu Su in front of them, there was still a lot of difference. Moreover, Ling Xiao liked the feeling of those so-called geniuses submitting to his feet. For people like Lu Su who were naturally unwilling to submit to others, Ling Xiao wanted to trample him under his feet. After defeating Lu Su, the Flowing Sun sect surrendered to the proud Smiling Palace, and Cruel Leopard, Yang Xianfeng, and Yun Feng each successfully conquered several forces. Now, the proud Smiling Palace controlled 5 5th-grade forces and 11 6th-grade forces, occupying a total of more than 350 cities. The territory of this force seemed very large, but it was only equivalent to the scope of a 4th-grade force. Compared to the territory occupied by the 18 forces, it was far from enough. Ling Xiao brought Lu Su, Lu Kun, and Guan Chang back to the proud Smiling Palace. Lu Su's dantian and meridians were sealed, and his injuries were not completely healed. There were still many bruises on his face, and his eyes were full of unwillingness. However, Ling Xiao turned a blind eye to all of this. He had already told Lu Su that as long as he did not submit, then he would be a cripple. Lu Su needed to think about this carefully. Lu Su naturally did not want to be like this for the rest of his life. He was indeed unwilling to submit to Ling Xiao like this, but he also thought of a way out. He would pretend to submit for a while, and then after a while, he would pretend to submit. In the future, when he became stronger, he must wash away the shame of this defeat. However, when Ling Xiao brought Lu Su back, Xian Yao's expression changed when he saw Lu Su, and immediately asked Ling Xiao, "Young master, this is?" Ling Xiao replied, "The son of the Flowing Sun sect's sect leader, Lu Su, a future general that I brought back." Lu Su turned his head away unhappily and thought to himself, "I'll let you be cocky for now. One day you'll be crying." Xian Yao immediately said very seriously, "Young master, this person cannot be left alive. He must be killed immediately." Xian Yao's tone was unprecedentedly firm, causing Ling Xiao and Lu Su to jump in fright. Ling Xiao was surprised that Xian Yao was so hostile towards Lu Su, while Lu Su was afraid that Ling Xiao would really listen to the words of this person in front of him. If that happened, he would die in vain. "Why do you say that?" Ling Xiao asked. He knew that under normal circumstances, Xian Yao would not speak carelessly. Since he said this, then he must have his reasons. This person has a dignified appearance and has a bit of awe-inspiring righteousness. He should have been a righteous and benevolent hero, but the awe in the back of his head destroyed his fate, turning him into a naturally rebellious person. No matter who takes him in, he will eventually betray his master. Raising a tiger will only invite calamity. So, young master, this person cannot be left alive. Xian Yao was not afraid of offending Lu Su and directly said to Ling Xiao in front of him. Xian Yao, as the son of the heavens, knew the fate of the heavens and understood the principles of fate. He was very proficient in divination, feng shui, formations, and people he knew. He could tell at a glance that Lu Su was an ambitious person who was unwilling to submit to others. He was the kind of person who was born to be a traitor. Therefore, he asked Ling Xiao to immediately kill Lu Su to prevent future troubles. After hearing Xian Yao's words, Ling Xiao's gaze fell on Lu Su. To be honest, he had always believed Xian Yao's words, but judging Lu Su to be a disloyal person based on his appearance made him feel a bit rash. It was not easy to find a good helper with a good future, but to kill him just like that really made Ling Xiao feel a bit conflicted. Lu Su was immediately very guilty after hearing Xian Yao's words, but the strange look in his eyes only flashed for a moment. He immediately pretended to be righteous and said, "If you have the ability, then kill me now." Drag him out and kill him." Xian Yao ignored the presence of Ling Xiao and coldly gave the order. With his perception of people, he would definitely not be wrong about the person in front of him. However, Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "Forget it, fraud. In front of me, he can't do anything. Keep him alive, I still have a use for him." "Young master, could it be that you don't believe my words?" Xian Yao said anxiously. Ling Xiao said, "You think too much, I have my own ideas on this matter." Xian Yao saw that Ling Xiao was firm, so he lightly shook his head and said nothing more. However, Lu Su secretly looked at Xian Yao and firmly remembered Xian Yao's appearance. In his heart, he secretly said, "If there is a chance in the future, I will kill you first." Ling Xiao indeed had some love for talent, but after hearing Xian Yao's words, he couldn't help but be on guard against Lu Su. However, he still didn't use a high-level spirit curse on Lu Su, which led to a big mistake in the future. The opening ceremony was getting closer and closer, and the entire laughing sect was busy from top to bottom. More than 10 main peaks were decorated with lanterns, and it was a scene of jubilation. Now that there was a lack of manpower, Ling Xiao had already asked Xian Yao to transfer a large number of people from Wind Cloud City to be responsible for this opening ceremony. Ling Xiao's goal was to make it grand and grand, so that other forces would know the power of the laughing sect. While the others were working, Ling Xiao was carefully studying the 9 sun-burning heaven arts incantation written by Lu Su. 2 days ago, Lu Su had already chosen to submit to Ling Xiao, and was willing to take the position of an inner court elder of the laughing sect. He did this, of course, to numb Ling Xiao's attention. He was afraid that if the military advisor really wanted to kill him, he wouldn't have the strength to resist. However, in order to dispel Ling Xiao's wariness towards him, he took the initiative to write the 9 sun-burning heaven art for Ling Xiao. He felt that even if others learned the 9 sun-burning heaven art, they might not be able to understand the essence of it like he did. After all, he had the final inheritance, so he had a deep understanding of the 9 sun-burning heaven art. He wasn't stupid enough to change the mental cultivation method. If he did, it would arouse Ling Xiao's suspicion, and he wouldn't be far from death. What he needed to do now was to endure. He had to increase his strength in the shortest time possible. He absolutely had to increase his strength by 1 rank before Ling Xiao became an emperor. At that time, he would be invincible within the emperor rank, and killing Ling Xiao would be as easy as turning his hand. Ling Xiao, of course, had no way of knowing Lu Su's various ambitions. He felt that with his ability, it wouldn't be a problem to suppress Lu Su forever, so he didn't care too much about it. In the next few days, Ling Xiao had roughly comprehended the 9 sun-burning heaven art, and he had also comprehended 70 to 80% of its essence. He didn't have time to cultivate for the time being. There were only a few days left before the opening ceremony, so he had to go out and greet the guests. The first guest that Ling Xiao needed to greet was from the Maple Forest Valley's alchemy family, the Gu family. More than 4 years ago, Ling Xiao represented the Gu family to participate in the Dan Alliance competition, and thus became allies with the Gu family. Furthermore, Gu Jiaojiao had already married Yi Yunfeng, and could be considered as Yi Yunfeng's maiden family, and Yi Yunfeng was his little brother. With these relationships, the Gu family and Ling Xiao could be considered as loyal allies. As the ancestor of the Gu family, Gu Qin personally led the team and presented many high-level spirit graphs, which could be considered as congratulating the establishment of the Shao Ao Palace. Congratulations, Brother Ling. I never thought that after not seeing you for a few years, you would already be a palace master. You truly make us old men blush with shame. After Gu Qin saw Ling Xiao, he said to Ling Xiao very enthusiastically and politely. Thinking back to more than 4 years ago, not only did Ling Xiao help their Gu family maintain their position in the top 10 of the Dan Alliance, he had also helped their position improve by a lot, allowing their Gu family to profit a lot in recent years. Gu Qin was extremely grateful to Ling Xiao from the bottom of his heart. He didn't dare to treat Ling Xiao as a junior. With Ling Xiao's current fame, calling Ling Xiao Brother Ling was already considered to be him. Brother Gu, you're too polite. It's good that you came. Why did you bring so many things? Ling Xiao said politely. It's just a small gift. It's all thanks to Brother Ling's help that my Gu family is able to have today. Gu Qin laughed, then changed the topic. Oh right, I heard that Brother Wu Fu has also come to seek refuge with you. Why don't I see him? Before Ling Xiao could say anything, Wu Fu's voice came from outside the hall. Brother Gu, how have you been? Gu Qin stood up to welcome him. Looking at Wu Fu, who was in high spirits, he already knew that Wu Fu's realm had increased by a level. He smiled and said, Brother Wu has already become an emperor. This is truly a cause for celebration. Wu Fu bowed to Ling Xiao, who was sitting at the top, and said to Gu Qin, all of this is thanks to young master. Otherwise, Wu Fu would not be here today. Back then, Wu Fu was already a half-step emperor, and it was quite difficult for him to rely on himself to break through to the emperor stage. After all, a lot of his cultivation had been raised by pills, and his foundation was not solid. Fortunately, with Ling Zhao's top-grade emperor Xiandan, he was able to become an emperor in one fell swoop. After Gu Qin and Wu Fu greeted each other, Yunfeng also brought Gu Jiaojiao to greet Gu Qin and the rest of the Gu family. After Ling Xiao had set up a banquet for Gu Qin and the others, Wu Fu brought Gu Qin around the proud, smiling palace. Gu Qin looked at the majestic palaces built on the peaks and sensed the auras that made him feel fearful. He was extremely shocked in his heart. Brother Wu, according to what you said, you are now the pavilion master of the medicine sect pavilion in the proud, smiling palace? Gu Qin asked Wu Fu. Wu Fu revealed a happy expression and said, that's right, this is all because of young master's love for me. He was not happy because he had taken on a heavy responsibility, but because he had been accepted as an in-name disciple by Han Kai. With the guidance of an alchemist saint, he might have a chance to reach that step in the future. I didn't expect Brother Ling to grow so quickly. It seems that our Gu family has become a bit complacent, Gu Qin said with a sigh. He then asked tentatively, say, if our Gu family is willing to become a subsidiary of the proud, smiling palace, would Brother Ling agree? When Wu Fu heard this, he paused for a moment before replying, that is naturally good. Young master will definitely agree. If Brother Gu is willing to do this, I believe that your Gu family will definitely prosper in the future. Chapter 829. Following the arrival of the Gu family, the other invited forces also arrived in Wind Cloud City. The first to arrive were, of course, the leaders of the forces that Ling Xiao had just recruited. They were already one of the subsidiaries of the proud, smiling palace. Now that the opening ceremony of the proud, smiling palace was just around the corner, they had to prepare gifts to pay their respects. They wanted to leave a good impression on the proud, smiling palace so that they would have a good life in the future. There were also many elders of the fourth-rank sects who had sent their representatives. They didn't want to offend Ling Xiao, but they also didn't want to be too close to Ling Xiao. They just wanted to show off and see what the proud, smiling palace was capable of. Ling Xiao had already ordered his men to clear out a lot of space in Wind Cloud City so that these people would have a place to stay. He wouldn't let these people into the proud, smiling palace at the beginning. Only those who had a good relationship with the Gu family or those from the 18 great forces were qualified to stay in the proud, smiling palace. No matter what others thought, the proud, smiling palace had the confidence to do so. Today, the day of the opening ceremony of the proud, smiling palace finally arrived. Wind Cloud City was already in a jubilant mood. Every shop was decorated with lanterns and firecrackers were exploding non-stop. The citizens were all in a jubilant mood. There were many activities in the city, such as dragon and lion dances, acrobatic performances, arena challenges. Wind Cloud City was filled with people. It was a very lively scene. Ling Xiao and the others had already left the proud, smiling palace to welcome the guests. Before the opening ceremony, they had to wait for all the guests to arrive before they could enter the palace to hold the ceremony. This was to show the respect that the proud, smiling palace had for their guests. The main reason was that the proud, smiling palace had built a space, so they couldn't reveal its location to anyone. They could only reach it through a transmission array. This was why Ling Xiao and the others had to welcome the guests in Wind Cloud City. Those who didn't know better would think that Wind Cloud City was the headquarters of the proud, smiling palace. Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't come out to welcome the leaders of the nearby forces and the representatives of the fourth-rank sections. He sent Xian Yao and Yunfeng to deal with them. The time to leave the sect grand ceremony was getting closer and closer, and a total of more than 40 representatives had arrived. When Ling Xiao heard this report, his expression became slightly displeased. The central region was vast and boundless, and there were at least a few hundred powers above the fourth rank. Although Ling Xiao didn't send out invitations to every place, he still sent out more than 200 invitations. However, not even 1/3 of the people came. This really made him feel ashamed. However, before the opening ceremony, he had already prepared for the worst. He didn't know many people from the forces, and if they didn't come, he had nothing to say. It was just that they didn't give him face. Just as Ling Xiao was vexed, Yi Yunfeng came over and called out to him, "Boss, it's almost time for the opening ceremony. The military advisor asked me to invite you over." Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Okay, I understand. I'll go now." He paused for a moment and then asked Yi Yunfeng, "Did anyone from the Feng clan come?" Yi Yunfeng smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Not yet." Ling Xiao responded softly and went to the main hall of the city lord's mansion with Yi Yunfeng. When they arrived at the main hall, there were already many people sitting inside. They were all representatives of the various forces who had come to watch the ceremony. When Ling Xiao and Yi Yunfeng came out, a guard of the city lord's mansion called out, "Welcome, Palace Master." "Welcome, Palace Master." The people of the city lord's mansion all bowed and greeted Ling Xiao. The representatives of the other forces also stood up and cupped their hands. They didn't do anything else. They were just sizing up what Ling Xiao looked like and whether he had 3 heads and 6 arms. He actually sent out invitations to all the forces to come and watch the ceremony. When they saw Ling Xiao's appearance, they couldn't believe that such a young man was actually a genius who could dominate the central region. They all sighed in their hearts, "Ling Xiao is really young." Ling Xiao looked around at the crowd and then cupped his hands and said enthusiastically, "It is my honor and the honor of the proud smiling palace that everyone can come to attend the ceremony of the proud smiling palace. I, Ling Xiao, occupy this remote place to establish a sect, just to have a place to settle down. I hope that everyone can take care of me in the future. Ling Xiao will be grateful. I won't say any more nonsense. The palace has already prepared some wine, and I'm sure you will all be satisfied." As the host of the proud smiling palace, Ling Xiao naturally couldn't be arrogant. Moreover, he had always thought of himself as a kind and easygoing person. Everyone who came here was giving face to Ling Xiao, so he treated them with sincerity. Most of the people politely responded to Ling Xiao with 1 or 2 sentences. After all, Ling Xiao's achievements were too impressive, so they wouldn't look for trouble with the proud smiling palace. Anyway, the proud smiling palace didn't pose any threat to them. Moreover, the Black Demon sect and the Laughing Palace were close neighbors, so who knew if the Black Demon sect would suddenly launch an attack? They were just putting on a show. So long as the people arrived, everything would be fine. However, there were still a few people who wanted to provoke Ling Xiao in order to prove their existence. "Palace Lord Ling, I have a few questions, but I don't know if I should ask." A blue-robed old man stepped forward and stared at Ling Xiao with sharp eyes. Ling Xiao glanced sideways and found that the old man didn't seem to have good intentions. "You are?" Ling Xiao wanted to know the origin of the old man first. The blue-robed old man replied, "I am the deputy leader of the Blue Sun sect, Chen Chen." Chen Chen revealed his identity, and everyone present revealed a look of surprise. The Blue Sun sect was a 4th-grade sect, and they had a strong reputation in the central region. They were the top of the 4th-grade sects, and Chen Chen was also a well-known figure in the early days of the Blue Sun sect. He had the cultivation of a low-level mystic, the Arch. The fact that the Blue Sun sect could send a vice sect master personally was something that no one expected. "May I ask what advice sect leader Chen has?" Ling Xiao squinted his eyes and asked. During the Imperial ranking tournament, he really couldn't get along with the disciples of the Blue Sun sect. First, he defeated 2 disciples in the minor competition, and then he captured another 2 disciples in the chaotic abyss of war. He was wondering if Chen Chen was here to denounce him for his wrongdoings. I heard that Palace Lord Ling has sent out invitations to all the forces to attend the ceremony. I think there should be a lot of people. Why are there only a few of us? Could it be that the other people didn't give face to Palace Lord Ling and didn't send anyone to attend the ceremony? Chen Chen asked a few questions. A few years ago, Ling Xiao was in the limelight in the Blue Sun City. He defeated the disciples of the Blue Sun sect, and one of them was even his personal disciple. Now that Ling Xiao had established his own force, he came to attend the ceremony as a representative of the sect. He just wanted to make Ling Xiao and the proud smiling palace lose some face and vent his anger. What do you mean? Before Ling Xiao could reply, Yi Yunfeng anxiously stood up and shouted. How could he not understand that Chen Chen was making things difficult for his boss? What do I mean? Is it inconvenient for Palace Lord Ling to answer? Chen Chen revealed a mocking expression. Hee, Cult Master Chen is right. I heard that the Feng clan and the Dongfang clan will send people here. I wonder if Palace Master Ling can introduce them to us. Another person stood up and said with a smile. This person was not tall, and he looked fat. His eyes were like silk, and he had a small goatee. One look and anyone could tell that he was a sinister person. This person was called Zhou Yang, and he was the representative of the Zhou clan. He had the strength of a half-step emperor. The Zhou clan and the Blue Sun sect were close neighbors, and the two forces had been on good terms for generations. Zhou Yang naturally followed Chen Chen's words. Yi Yunfeng was angry. Just as he was about to say something, Ling Xiao stopped him with a look. In fact, I also hope that many people will come to attend the ceremony. Unfortunately, they didn't come, and I feel very helpless. However, those who didn't come will not be friends of the proud smiling palace in the future. Those who can come are friends of the proud smiling palace. If you need anything in the future, the proud smiling palace will do its best. Ling Xiao said solemnly. He paused for a moment and then said, As for the Feng clan and Dongfang clan, no one has come, so I can't introduce them to you for now. As soon as Ling Xiao said this, the expressions of the people present became a little strange. Some of them even exaggerated it. It was obvious that they were taking pleasure in Ling Xiao's misfortune. Chen Chen sneered and said, I thought that with Palace Master Ling's reputation, you would have a great presence. It turns out that it's just Esotha. Chen Chen's words were full of disdain. Anyone who heard it would think that he was being disrespectful to the proud smiling palace and Ling Xiao. I'm still young, and I don't have much of a reputation. I see that you, Leader Chen, seem to have a strong opinion of me. Could it be that you're not here to attend the ceremony, but to cause trouble? As Ling Xiao smiled faintly, a vast aura suddenly rose up. A dragon-like aura rushed toward Chen Chen. Chen Chen was so scared that he took a few steps back, and he looked very embarrassed. Everyone present was shocked. They didn't expect that Ling Xiao would turn hostile so quickly. This was faster than turning the page of a book. Palace Master Ling, we're guests from afar. Is this how you treat your guests? Let's just leave together. The proud smiling palace has gone too far. Zhou Yang said on behalf of Chen Chen. At the same time, he wanted to persuade the others to leave with them. It was obvious that he had planned this beforehand. That's right. Let's go. They've gone too far. Chen Chen calmed his boiling blood and shouted. I, Ling Xiao, will treat those who sincerely want to attend the ceremony with sincerity. However, as for those who want to cause trouble and damage the reputation of the proud smiling palace, I, Ling Xiao, regard them as my enemies. I will kill them as soon as possible. Please say something. Ling Xiao said in an overbearing manner. For a moment, everyone present hesitated. They had come to attend the ceremony because they wanted to see how powerful the proud smiling palace was. At the same time, they wanted to establish a good relationship with the people present, so it would be convenient for them to travel in the Central Territory in the future. Not many people had come to the proud smiling palace to attend the ceremony, and no one from the grand families had come. They were disappointed. It was meaningless for them to stay. However, seeing Ling Xiao's domineering attitude, he felt a little nervous in his heart. At this moment, a guard hurried in and reported to Ling Xiao. Palace Master, people from the Feng family have arrived. Chapter 830. The arrival of the people from the Feng clan was like timely rain, causing Ling Xiao to be overjoyed. As a last resort, he didn't want to offend all of the people present. With the arrival of the Feng clan, the face on his face was much better. Those who were hesitating whether or not to leave immediately decided to stay. They didn't dare to look down on a power that was on good terms with the Feng clan. As for Qin Qin of the Blue Sun sect and Zhou Yang of the Zhou clan, their faces seemed to have been ruthlessly slapped, causing them to feel a burning sensation. Just now, they were ridiculing the proud Laughing Palace for having so few people attending the ceremony and for not having any major powers to help. Now that the Feng clan had arrived, it was undoubtedly too disrespectful for them to provoke Ling Xiao. Right now, they couldn't leave, but they couldn't stay either. It was truly difficult for them to stay where they were. Ling Xiao didn't say anything and personally went out to greet them. The representatives of the various powers present didn't dare to be careless and followed Ling Xiao out. There weren't many people from the Feng clan, only 6. The one leading them was a woman wearing a cloak and a nudo. Behind her were the 3 elders of the Feng clan, Feng Wuing and Feng Yashi. The identity of the woman in the lead was unknown, but to be able to make the 3 elders of the Feng clan follow behind her, one could imagine how high her status was. Ji Beixin was considered a member of the Feng clan. Now that Ji Beixin was his wife, the Feng clan was naturally his maiden family. Ling Xiao personally welcoming them could be considered as not neglecting the people of the Feng clan. Junior Ling Xiao greets seniors. Ling Xiao bowed to the woman in front of him and the 3 elders of the Feng clan as a junior. The 3rd elder of the Feng clan looked at Ling Xiao with a strange expression and didn't say anything. He only nodded his head in response, but he thought back to a few years ago when he met Ling Xiao in the outskirts. At that time, he thought that Ling Xiao was just an ordinary young man with nothing special about him. Unexpectedly, after a few years, this young man had already become an overlord. Ji Beixin, who was behind Ling Xiao, also went forward to greet them. At the same time, she went in front of the cloaked woman and bowed happily. "Aunt, I didn't expect you to come. This greets you." Ling Xiao had already guessed that the cloaked woman in front of him should be the ancestor of the Feng clan, Aunt Feng Qingyuan. However, he didn't dare to easily confirm her identity, so he didn't dare to jump to conclusions. Now that he heard Ji Beixin say this, Ling Xiao didn't even think as he bowed to Feng Qingyuan and said, "Disciple Ling Xiao greets mistress." The moment Ling Xiao said this, the people behind him were all shocked. Who would have thought that a big shot from the Feng clan would actually be Ling Xiao's mistress? Where did this come from? The cloaked woman let out a voice that sounded like an oriole's cry. "Hee hee, at least you're tactful. Big brother evil emperor has accepted a good disciple like you." Hearing the woman's words, everyone present knew her identity. They never thought that she would actually be the evil emperor's woman. Romantic demonic emperor, his reputation was not just for show. In the years when he roamed the Middle Territory, he had countless romantic relationships with beautiful women. It was obvious that this girl from the Feng clan was one of them. In an instant, the representatives behind Ling Xiao all bowed to Feng Qingyue. "This disciple has not disgraced my master's name. I have always wanted to find time to pay a visit to master's wife, but I am entangled in the secular world. I have to make master's wife lower her status, which makes this disciple extremely anxious. Master's wife, please come inside." Feng Qingyuan nodded lightly and followed Ling Xiao into the city lord's mansion. At this time, the people from the other forces looked at Ling Xiao in a different way. If they had an indifferent attitude towards Ling Xiao before, they now had an additional look of reverence. Although the Feng clan was only at the bottom of the 18 forces, their foundation and strength were not something that the forces present could compare to. The fact that the proud Smiling Palace was able to establish a relationship with the Feng clan meant that they already had the qualifications to sit on the same level as the 4th grade sections. Moreover, Ling Xiao had an astonishing battle strength that could dominate the central region. No matter what, they would not look down on the proud Smiling Palace anymore. Instead, they decided to befriend the proud Smiling Palace. Just as Ling Xiao was about to lead the group into the proud smiling palace, another guard hurriedly came to report, "Palace Lord, the Gu clan and the Ghost Abyss sect have arrived." At this time, everyone was stunned. Everyone knew that the Gu clan and Ling Xiao had a life-and-death feud. Now that the Gu clan and the Ghost Abyss sect had come together, could it be that they were going to attack the proud, smiling palace directly? A faint smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face and he said, "Please." He did not expect the Gu clan to have the guts to come and watch the ceremony. However, he did not know whether they were sincere or not. In any case, the feud between Ling Xiao and the Gu clan could not be easily resolved. Therefore, there was no need for him to personally welcome them. Feng Qingyuan, who was beside Ling Xiao, said indifferently, "Xiao, dear best, Master's wife will stand up for you." Up till now, Ling Xiao was still unable to tell how deep Feng Qingyuan's strength was. But after interacting with Mad Tooth and Han Kai for such a long time, he could more or less sense the aura of a saint. He was certain that this mistress of his was not just at the mystic Tharch level, but had already reached the strength of a saint. As for which level she was at, he could not tell. Feng Qingyuan's words undoubtedly made Ling Xiao feel very warm. With his master's wife's position in the Feng clan, her words carried enormous weight. Her words also represented the Feng clan's position. The Gu clan and the Ghost Abyss sect had the most people. There were a total of 15 people. The Gu clan had 7, and the Ghost Abyss sect had 8. Every single one of them had a strong aura. Many people thought that the Gu clan was here to denounce them. However, when they saw the small number of people, they were puzzled. Could it be that the Gu clan is really here to observe the ceremony? The leader of the Gu family's group was the trusted aide of the Gu family's new patriarch, Gu Ben. Behind him were 2 emperor-rank experts and 4 heavenly venerables. Needless to say, these people were definitely the Gu family's elders. As for the beautiful white-haired woman, she was Gu Xiaohe. On the Ghost Abyss sect's side, a young man was the leader. Behind him were 2 thearchs and 5 heavenly venerables. This young man, Ling Xiao, had an impression of him. He was the Japanese that he had met once in the chaotic abyss of war. Now that he had reached the mid-stage heavenly venerables, he was worthy of being the leader of the Defang faction's younger generation. This Tenbin was indeed not weak. "Brother Ling Xiao, it has been a few years since we last met. You are even more elegant than before." The first to speak was the Ghost Abyss sect's Japanese. There was a warm smile on his face, but the pride in his eyes could not be concealed. He did not deliberately reveal this. As the leader of the new generation of the Ghost Darkness sect, he had always felt that he was superior to others. As such, it was natural for him to reveal his arrogance. Although Ling Xiao was of the same generation as the Ghost Abyss sect, Ling Xiao was now an ambitious and ruthless person. He was also the evil emperor's only disciple, so his status and background were much higher than the Ghost Abyss sect's. The Ghost Abyss sect's Ghost Abyss sect called Ling Xiao by his name instead of Palace Master Ling. It was obvious that while raising his status, it was also belittling Ling Xiao. The Ghost Abyss sect's chief disciple was thinking to himself, "I am the Ghost Abyss sect's chief disciple. To be able to sit on the same level as you, a mere palace master of a small faction, is already thinking highly of you." The people from the city lord's mansion all revealed looks of displeasure, and Yi Yunfeng almost couldn't help but attack. Ling Xiao didn't get angry. Instead, she chuckled and said, "This brother is, please forgive me for not recognizing who you are." If the Japanese's words were to belittle Ling Xiao's identity, then Ling Xiao's words were even sharper. It was as if he had slapped the Japanese in front of everyone. It was so loud and ear-piercing. Ghost Child's face became incomparably ashen, and the people behind him revealed furious expressions. One of the profound emperors said in a low voice, "Young man, it's better to speak with propriety, lest you bite your tongue." Ling Xiao laughed and said, "What? Are people not allowed to speak the truth these days? I really don't know this brother." The Ghost Child's face twitched, and he said, "Since Palace Master Ling is so forgetful, then our Ghost Abyss sect will take our leave." With just a few words, he was provoked by Ling Xiao's words. He had already arrived, but now, his master had said a few words that weren't too excessive, and he actually wanted to leave in a fit of temper instead of thinking of a way to get back at him. The surrounding people's impression of the successor of the Ghost Abyss sect dropped by a few points. At this time, Guze cast a pleading look at one of the Ghost Abyss sect's profound emperor. The Ghost Abyss sect's profound emperor said, "ZMO, don't be angry. This makes our Ghost Abyss sect seem to be too petty." The ghost child snorted and didn't say anything else. He just turned his face away, and in his heart, he hated Ling Xiao to the core. He stepped forward and cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao. "Guze of the Gu family greets Palace Master Ling. We represent the Gu family to congratulate the establishment of the proud Laughing Palace. Our family head has said that he is willing to be on good terms with the proud Laughing Palace for generations to come. All the unhappiness in the past will be let go with the wind. Here is a small gift. I hope Palace Master Ling will accept it." As soon as Guze's words fell, everyone's expression became strange. A thought flashed through their minds. The Gu family is actually asking for peace with the proud Laughing Palace? The Gu family's power was comparable to that of the Ghost Abyss sect, and they were ranked in the upper echelons of the 18 powers. Now, they were actually publicly asking for peace with Ling Xiao. What was going on? Could it be that Ling Xiao's strength had reached a level that even the Gu family was afraid of? Chen Chen and Zhou Yang of the House of Blue Sun's expressions instantly became extremely ugly. Although the two of them were not weak, they were far inferior to the Gu family. The Gu family had actually asked for peace in front of everyone, and they had just challenged Ling Xiao's authority. Their hearts were in a mess, and they were all thinking, what should we do now? In fact, the proud Laughing Palace's power had indeed reached a level that the Gu family was afraid of. Gu AI's attempt to kill Ling Xiao had failed, and a group of Grand Supreme Elders and the 8th Order Thunder Snake had all died in the Lake of Sky Severance. Gu AI knew that he could not make an enemy out of Ling Xiao, or else the Gu family would one day fall out of the 18 powers. Now that the Gu family was asking for peace with Ling Xiao, although it was a loss of face, it was worth it if the Gu family's foundation was not shaken. Chapter 8:31. An inexplicable smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face, but no one knew what he was planning. Glancing behind him, Ling Xiao motioned for Yi Yunfeng to take Guze's space ring. Looking at this smile, Guze couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Their Gu family had paid a heavy price this time, putting aside their dignity and face, hoping to temporarily bury the hatchet with Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao didn't appreciate their kindness, then their Gu family's face would be completely gone. However, even though Ling Xiao had asked someone to accept the gift, Guze still felt that Ling Xiao didn't seem to take this matter seriously. "That's very kind of you. Yunfeng, please put this gift in the book. When you get back, remember to return the gift. We, the proud smiling palace, don't be disrespectful," Ling Xiao said. He didn't show any emotion on his face. Logically speaking, since the Gu family had put down their pride to make peace with him, he should have shown a warm and grateful expression, but he didn't show such an emotion. The others who saw this had a different feeling in their hearts. The representatives of the forces who had come to attend the ceremony all made up their minds to build a good relationship with the proud, smiling palace. Guze understood the meaning behind Ling Xiao's words. It turned out that the gift he had given was taken as a congratulatory gift for attending the ceremony, and not a sincere gift to ask for peace and apologize. Guze could only swallow his anger and say, "Palace Master Ling, you have seen the sincerity of our Gu family. Let bygones be bygones and everyone will be happy. What do you think?" If he didn't get Ling Xiao to take a stand today, he wouldn't be able to put down the boulder in his heart. The several elders behind Guze stared at Ling Xiao, as if they would turn hostile if Ling Xiao didn't agree. At this time, Xian Yao spoke up, "Palace Master, the opening ceremony is about to begin. What do you think?" Ling Xiao smiled and said, "That's right, let's hold the opening ceremony first. If there's anything else, we can discuss it after the ceremony." Guze panicked. How could he not tell that Ling Xiao was trying to shirk responsibility? At this moment, the devil from the Ghost Darkness sect spoke again. "Elder Guze, it's useless to say more. They won't give face to your Gu family. Don't we have another matter to discuss with them? Who knows, maybe he'll change his mind after hearing about it. Gu Zhe patted the back of his head and said in realization, "That's right, how could I have forgotten about the important matter?" Then he looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Palace Master Ling, the granddaughter of the Gu family is going to marry the son of the Guiyu sect in the near future. Our Gu family and the Guiyu sect will become the best allies. Apart from coming to watch the wedding, we also want to send you an invitation. We hope that Palace Master Ling will come to the Guiyu sect to attend our wedding." At this point, Gu Zhe suddenly felt more confident. He thought to himself, "No matter how arrogant you, Ling Xiao, are, you wouldn't dare to go against the Gu family and the Ghost Underworld sect at the same time, right?" The purpose of the Gu family and the Ghost Underworld sect coming together was to intimidate Ling Xiao and resolve this grudge. Ling Xiao once again asked Yunfeng to step forward and take the invitation. He smiled and said, "Then this palace will congratulate you in advance on forming an alliance." In fact, Ling Xiao had not caused trouble for the Gu family all this time because of Han Kai's words. Now that the Gu family had gone to this extent and asked for peace, he could also push the boat with the current and postpone this matter for now. At the very least, before he broke through to the emperor stage, he would not bring up any war. After all this time, although the Gu family had wanted to kill him, the price they had paid was the greatest. His own losses were not that great. However, as the leader of an assassin organization, Sha Tian, Ling Xiao would sooner or later challenge them all. As for the Gu family, it would depend on whether they and the Ghost Underworld sect were at peace. When Xianyao once again urged Ling Xiao to enter the palace to hold the opening ceremony, many people from other forces arrived. This time, everyone present was shocked once again. The ones who arrived first were the members of the Dan Alliance, the Spiritual Martial Pavilion, the Medicine Sect, and the Dongfang family. The Dan Alliance came with the Pill Sect, the Yen Clan, and the Heaven Returning Sect. There were a total of 6 alchemy forces, and all of them had sent people to deliver congratulatory gifts and come to watch the ceremony. With regards to the arrival of the people from the Dan Alliance, Ling Xiao was a little surprised, but he did not think too much about it. He only thought that they had come for him. The other 3 were all top forces in the central region. They were much more imposing than the Feng clan, the Gu family, and the Ghost Underworld sect. The person who came from the Spiritual Martial Pavilion claimed to be Zhuo Xiangwei, the direct disciple of Daoan. He was a middle-aged man who already had the strength of a high-level sky sovereign. His personality was very gentle, and he treated Ling Xiao extremely respectfully. Zhuo Xiangwei was a smooth and slick person. He had heard his master talk about the deeds of the evil emperor since he was young, and he had also worshipped the evil emperor since he was young. As the only disciple of the evil emperor, Ling Xiao, he suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and when he heard his master talk about it at the beginning, he did not pay much attention to it. At that time, Ling Xiao was only a mere first emperor, and was lucky enough to be slightly stronger than his junior brother, Wu Bufan. However, in terms of true strength, Zhuo Xiangwei still felt that his junior brother, Wu Bufan, was stronger. However, as Ling Xiao's fame grew, and after the battle between Ling Xiao and his junior brother 2 years ago, Zhuo Xiangwei finally realized that Ling Xiao was truly worthy of being called a genius. His future was absolutely limitless. Therefore, when he came to Wind Cloud City and saw Ling Xiao, he did not seem to be overbearing at all. Instead, he tried to get closer to Ling Xiao. Those who did not know better would think that Zhuo Xiangwei and Ling Xiao were old friends. Ling Xiao naturally would not leave Daoan's disciple out in the cold. He addressed Zhuo Xiangwei as Brother Zhuo, which made Zhuo Xiangwei extremely happy. As for the people from the Medicine Sect, they sent people to deliver the gifts for the ceremony and left in a hurry. No one stayed to watch the ceremony. For the Medicine Sect to be able to do this, Ling Xiao felt that it was enough. After all, the old sect master of the Medicine Sect was his uncle Master Ping. Although it was a little heartless, he had also killed a saint from the Medicine Sect. His uncle Master Ping did not come to cause trouble for him, so there must be some feelings in it. Ling Xiao knew the person who came from the Dongfang family. It was Dongfang Jing's cousin, Dongfang Xiong. He was the tall man who had participated in the imperial ranking tournament with them. This guy seemed to be much more thick-skinned than Ling Xiao. When he saw Ling Xiao, he did not call him Palace Master Ling. Instead, he directly called Ling Xiao brother-in-law. This time, the surrounding people were all shocked to the point of not knowing what to do. They had long heard of the Dongfang family's princess, Dongfang Jing, courting Ling Xiao. Now it seemed that it was true. When they saw that the number one force in the central region, the spiritual martial pavilion, had such a good relationship with Ling Xiao, they were really glad that they had made the right decision to come to the ceremony. Even the people from the Gu family and the Ghost Dark sect, who were one of the 18 forces, had mixed feelings. Obviously, they did not expect the proud, smiling palace to have such a wide network. The Japanese had to swallow his resentment and did not dare to speak rudely to Ling Xiao anymore. After confirming that no one else was coming, Ling Xiao was about to lead everyone into the transmission room and enter the inner palace. At this time, Yi Yunfeng stopped the two of them and said, "You too, aren't you going to leave? Why are you still following us?" The two people who were stopped were Chen Chen from the Blue Sun sect and Zhou Yang from the Zhou family. Previously, they had dared to challenge Ling Xiao's authority. Now that the situation was not in their favor, they did not dare to say anything. They had been thinking about how to make up for their previous mistakes. However, they could not think of a way. Now, they were being targeted by the proud, smiling palace. Their hearts sank. "We don't mean anything else. We just want to go in and watch the ceremony." Chin Chin was a little embarrassed. He hesitated for a while and said, "That's right. We didn't mean to embarrass Master Ling just now. Now we are going to watch the ceremony with sincerity. In the future, we will definitely be the best allies of the proud, smiling palace." Zhou Yang said with a flattering smile. The two of them were shocked by the continuous attacks. They had thought that not many people would come to watch the ceremony of the proud, smiling palace. However, they did not expect that many people would come to watch the ceremony. It showed that Ling Xiao's influence was so great that they could not make things difficult for him. Yi Yunfeng turned his eyes to Ling Xiao, as if he was asking for his opinion. Ling Xiao did not respond to Yi Yunfeng's look. However, Yi Yunfeng had already understood Ling Xiao's meaning. He immediately said to the two of them, "Please go back. You have accepted the gifts. However, you don't need to come to the proud, smiling palace with the others." Yi Yunfeng knew Ling Xiao's personality well, so he said so. How could he spit out what he had already eaten? Chen Chen and Zhou Yang wanted to beg a few more words. However, when they saw the expressions of the people present, they wanted to find a hole and hide in it. They had been so humiliated. They did not want to stay any longer, so they left the Wind Cloud City in disgrace. The two of them were just a small interlude. It did not affect Ling Xiao's mood. The group of people moved to the headquarters of the proud, smiling palace from the transmission device. This time, everyone was shocked. The proud, smiling palace had built its own spaceland. After all, a spaceland was an independent space that could only be built by a peerless powerhouse at the Saint stage. However, the proud, smiling palace had built one. Everyone could guess what it meant. It meant that the proud, smiling palace had a peerless powerhouse at the Saint stage. For a moment, everyone's thoughts were running wild. They surrounded the people of the proud, smiling palace and flattered them from time to time. They all wanted to build a good relationship with the proud, smiling palace as soon as possible. The proud, smiling palace already had the qualifications to become a third-grade sect. Building a good relationship with such a rising power would only bring them benefits. Ling Xiao led the group to the martial arena on the main peak. The tables and chairs for the ceremony had already been prepared. The group of people took their seats according to their status. The representatives of the Wulin Pavilion, the Dongfang clan, the Feng clan, the Gu clan, and the Ghost sect naturally sat in the front row with the great elders of the proud, smiling palace. Ling Xiao walked to the huge martial arena and raised his drum stick. He faced the largest bronze drum in the center of the arena and waited for Xian Yao to call out, "The time has come. The opening ceremony will begin. Palace Lord, please strike the gong to shake the heavens and earth. Palace Lord, please strike the gong to shake the heavens and earth. Palace Lord, please strike the gong to shake the heavens and earth. Today, the proud smiling palace, which belonged to Ling Xiao, was officially established and announced to the public. Chapter 8:32. All the people of the palace of the proud smiling palace shouted at the same time. Their voices were so loud and powerful that it even shook the sky. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate. He raised the drumstick and smashed it down on the big bronze drum. The loud sound of the drum shook the entire palace of the proud smiling palace and stirred up everyone's heart. When the sound of the drum stopped, the sky suddenly changed. The clear sky was suddenly covered with auspicious clouds. Colorful lights fell from the sky, and the clouds became gorgeous. The world seemed to become more vivid and beautiful at this moment, especially the smiling palace, which was covered with colorful clouds, with a holy and bright atmosphere. Everybody on the spot was amazed and comfortable. Chrissy, the smiling palace was covered with colorful clouds, with a holy and bright atmosphere. Everybody on the spot was amazed and comfortable. The auspicious clouds stayed in the sky for a long time, and then gradually disappeared. The sky returned to normal. Xian Yao's voice sounded again. The auspicious clouds are an auspicious sign. The palace of the proud smiling palace is built by the heavens. Please start the sacrificial ceremony. As soon as Xian Yao's voice fell, the dozen or so strong men in the martial arts arena started to beat the bronze drums in front of them at the same time. The sound of the bronze drums rang out in unison. At the same time, many small spiritual beasts were set free by the people of the palace of the proud smiling palace. A group of young men walked out from one direction and started to practice a set of simple boxing skills on the martial arts field. When the drumming stopped, the sounds of all kinds of musical instruments rang out in the surroundings. It was melodious and joyous. A row of beautiful women walked gracefully in front of everyone. Everyone was drinking and chatting merrily while listening to the beautiful music and appreciating the moving dance. At this moment, their moods were all lifted. The palace of the proud smiling palace was full of joy. The palace of the proud smiling palace had been celebrating for 3 days and 3 nights. Then the representatives of the different forces started to leave. Over the past 3 days, the representatives of these forces had also reaped great rewards and mingled with the representatives of the other forces. This was a great benefit to them. Although they weren't able to get close to the people of those powerful forces, it was already a great honor for them to be able to sit together and drink and chat merrily. As the others left, the people of the Gu family and the Feng family stayed until the end. Gu Qin saw that Ling Xiao had finished his work, so he found a chance to talk to Ling Xiao alone. After pondering for the past few days, Gu Qin had already made an important decision in his heart. Brother Gu, I've neglected you these past few days. Please forgive me. Ling Xiao said politely to Gu Qin. Gu Qin waved his hand and said, Elder Ling. No, Leader Ling, you are being too polite. The opening ceremony is a big event, and there are many guests. Of course, we are busy. I am not an unreasonable person. Brother Gu, Ling Xiao is relieved. In the future, the proud smiling palace will have a lot of support from the Gu family. Ling Xiao said warmly. Gu Qin smiled and immediately got to the point. Leader Ling, I have an idea that I want to talk to you about. Ling Xiao was a little surprised. He didn't understand why Gu Qin suddenly became so polite and still called him Leader Ling. He was confused. Brother Gu, please tell me. Gu Qin showed a serious look and said, I want the Gu family to become one of the subordinate forces of the proud smiling palace. What do you think, Leader Ling? Gu Qin had been thinking about it for a long time. Firstly, the strength that Ling Xiao had displayed was enough to attract his attention. Secondly, he saw that the current scale of the proud smiling palace had the conditions to become a third-grade force. Thirdly, Ling Xiao had a good relationship with several big forces. From these 3 aspects, it was enough to prove that the proud smiling palace had unlimited potential. Moreover, he also knew that the supervising elder who was in charge of the Dan Alliance was now in charge of the proud smiling palace. He had even personally asked Wu Fu about this matter, and in the end he confirmed that it was true. The supervising elder's prestige in the Dan alliance was not weaker than the medicine sect and the Dan sect. He must have his own plans for being in charge of the proud smiling palace. He was a saint alchemist, and had incomparable influence in the world of alchemy. With all these factors added together, Gu Qin felt that it was definitely a wise move for the Gu family to rely on the proud smiling palace. It was a choice that had hundreds of benefits and no harm. Ling Xiao was stunned at first. He really didn't expect Gu Qin to make such a request. He laughed heartily and said, Brother Gu, you have to think it through. This is not a matter of carelessness. If one chose a force to be their subsidiary, then once the main force had something to summon, the subsidiary would have to do their best to help. However, if something happened to the subsidiary, the main force would only do their best. How much help would depend on the sincerity of the main force. This was the relationship between the two. Unless they had no other choice, no one would be willing to become someone else's subsidiary force. Gu Qin said, I have already thought it through. Our Gu family has declined in recent years. I am afraid that one day, when my old bones are gone, they will not be able to support the family's foundation. Therefore, I hope to be able to merge with the proud smiling palace. At that time, if Palace Masterling can take care of me, Gu Qin will be extremely grateful. Hearing this, Ling Xiao pondered for a moment and replied, Since Brother Gu trusts me, Ling Xiao, then it would be unreasonable for me to refuse again. Seeing that Ling Xiao had agreed, Gu Qin revealed a happy smile and said, Then Gu Qin will thank Palace Master Ling. I will go back to the clan and discuss it with the younger generation. I believe they will not have any objections. After Gu Qin and Ling Xiao settled this matter, they immediately left the proud smiling palace. Ling Xiao had no choice but to admire this old man's foresight. He thought to himself, sincerely representing this young master will definitely not treat you unfairly. After Gu Qin left, Ling Xiao did not stay idle. He quickly went to the backyard to meet his master's wife, Feng Qingyuan. Feng Qingyuan had only attended the opening ceremony for a while, and then she did not participate in any other activities. As an ancestor-level figure of the Feng clan, she was the highest in terms of seniority. Naturally, she had to pay attention to some details. Furthermore, no one cared about a woman wearing a cloak. Instead, the three elders of the Feng clan became the most sought-after figures. In Ling Zhao's backyard, Feng Qingyuan had already taken off the cloak on her head, revealing her breathtakingly beautiful face, causing the surrounding beautiful scenery to pale in comparison. Countless years did not seem to have left any traces on her face, and she looked like a 16-year-old girl, young and full of vitality. She was wearing a light green satin dress, which vividly outlined her full and plump figure. No matter from which angle, she was a woman of the highest quality that could move one's heart. Ji Beixin and Feng Yaxin, who were beside Feng Qingyuan, were also rare beauties. However, compared to Feng Qingyuan, they were still a bit lacking. This did not mean that their appearances and figures were inferior to Feng Qingyuan's, but that Feng Qingyuan's temperament was even better than theirs. When they had the ability to reach the same level of strength as Feng Qingyuan, they believed that they would not be inferior to Feng Qingyuan at all. Shower greets mistress. I have neglected mistress for the past few days. Please forgive me. Ling Xiao bowed and said, There's no need to be so courteous to mistress. You are now the mistress of this palace, so you should have the bearing of a palace. Feng Qingyuan replied casually. Then she turned to the two girls beside her and said, Exen, you two go down first. I'll have a few words with Xiao. The two women nodded and walked out of the room with Na's figure. Ling Xiao sat down and waited for Feng Qingyuan's lecture. Back then, after his master, the evil emperor, passed down the supreme divine art to him, he left. However, before he left, his master had told him that if he had any difficulties, he could go to the Feng clan for help. The Feng clan would definitely not sit idly by. Back then, at the Feng clan, Feng Qingyuan had admitted her relationship with the evil emperor. Therefore, when Ling Xiao saw Feng Qingyuan, he called her mistress. This was something he should do. However, he didn't understand. Since Feng Qingyuan was his master's woman, why did he let her stay in the central region and not bring her to the heaven region? He didn't think that his master didn't have the ability, or that Feng Qingyuan wasn't strong enough. There must be some unknown secret behind it. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't want to delve into these matters. He wasn't that gossipy yet. However, even though he had no intention of understanding it, Feng Qingyuan took the initiative to tell him. "Xiao, do you want to hear about the matter between me and your master?" Feng Qingyuan glanced at Ling Xiao and said indifferently, but before Ling Xiao could reply, she spoke first. "I don't even remember how long we've known each other. I only remember that I was representing our Feng clan to participate in the Imperial Rankings competition, and only then did I get to know your master. When your master was young, he was as handsome as you, and his strength was equally outstanding. Adding on to that, he was humorous, and I was quickly deceived by your master's flowery words. Later on, he relied on his own strength to obtain the title of First Emperor, and I became even more infatuated with his elegance. Originally, I didn't want to marry anyone else but your master, but the clan had to ask your master to marry into our Feng clan. Your master was naturally dissolute and wasn't used to being restrained by others, so naturally he didn't agree. The matter between your master and I was dragged on until one day, the clan forced me to marry someone from another power. I refused no matter what, and when your master heard this news, he killed the man who wanted to marry me. This caused a huge commotion, and I was also moved by your master. Later on, your master became an emperor and wanted to bring me out of the clan. Unfortunately, even though he was very powerful, he couldn't fight against 4 legs with 2 fists. In the end, he was heavily injured by my ancestor. If it wasn't for my begging, your master would have died in our Feng clan. Your master was a person who cared a lot about his face. When he found out that I was able to escape that time, he was very angry and severed our relationship. Later on, his strength greatly increased, and he came to our Feng clan again. He didn't want to bring me away, but rather, he wanted to avenge his past humiliation. As you can imagine, my ancestor was accidentally killed by him, sigh. Chapter 8:33. Listening to Feng Qingyuan's entanglement with the evil emperor, he finally understood why his master and Feng Qingyuan did not end up together in the end. It was just that this matter had already happened many years ago, and the grudge between the evil emperor and the Feng clan had already become a fleeting cloud. Right now, the Feng clan was supported by Feng Qingyuan from behind the scenes, so if she really wanted to leave with the evil emperor, no one should be able to stop her. Ling Xiao did not know that Feng Qingyuan could not get over it. It must have been because the evil emperor had accidentally killed the elders of the Feng clan, otherwise, the Feng clan would not have been at the bottom of the 18 powers. In the end, Feng Qingyuan could not help but sigh. It is difficult to be water in the vast ocean, and it is not clouds except for Mount Wu. Her face revealed an expression of uncontrollable love, causing even Ling Xiao to be moved. He also understood why his master didn't go find Feng Qingyuan when he was in the Wind Capital. It was probably because he felt that the two of them didn't know how to face each other when they met. Now, his master had already gone to the Middle Region, and Feng Qingyuan was still in the Middle Region. The two of them were separated by each other, and it was likely that the two of them were deeply in love with each other. Ling Xiao sighed. This kind of torture is like suffering. Master's wife, it has been so many years. I think we should cherish the people in front of us. Otherwise, life will be nothing but a dream. If that happens, the gains will not make up for the losses. I think Master was worried about you back then. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten angry over a beauty. Ling Xiao could understand his master's feelings back then. If it were him, he wouldn't have gone on a killing spree. In this regard, he felt that he was very similar to his master. Feng Qingyuan walked to the window and looked out at the beautiful girls chatting outside the courtyard. She revealed a charming smile and said, "That's right, actually, when Big Brother Evil Emperor came back last time, I really wanted to make up my mind to go to the heavenly region with him." Ling Xiao followed along and asked, "Then why didn't Mistress go?" Feng Qingyuan revealed a helpless expression and said, "You have already seen the situation of our Feng clan. Although we are still within the range of the great powers, our ranking is very low, and we can be replaced by other powers at any time. If I don't stay behind to guard the place, I'm afraid our clan's position will not be guaranteed. Can you protect them forever? Ling Xiao asked. If a big foundation needed to be guarded by one person for a lifetime, then what would the rest of the Feng clan do? Ling Xiao's question was very straightforward. In fact, he was implying that the Feng clan had no talented descendants. Initially, I was hoping that XNO would be able to take over my position as soon as possible, but now, I've been tricked by you, you sly little rascal. Do you think it's easy for your mistress? Feng Qingyuan glared at Ling Xiao and said. Her overflowing seductive appearance made Ling Xiao absent-minded for a while. Fortunately, his mental fortitude was enough, and he quickly recovered. Master's wife, you can't say that. XNO is already my wife. It's only right for her to stay by my side. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Ji Beixin's body contained the energy of a peak-stage mystic the Arch. If the seal was gradually lifted, she would be a great help. This was also why the Feng clan valued Ji Beixin so much. Back then, when Ji Beixin stayed in Wind Cloud City, the people of the Feng clan could not sit still any longer. If not for Feng Qingyuan stopping them, the Feng clan would have sent people to bring Ji Beixin back. I don't blame you for this matter. Back then, you came to our Feng clan for Xianer's sake, which is enough to prove that you treat Xianer well. It also allowed me to see the stubborn temper of your master back then. However, I want you to promise me one thing now. Otherwise, I will definitely not allow Xianer to stay by your side. Feng Qingyuan said. Ling Xiao replied, Mistress, let's not talk about Xianer's matter. Just because you are my mistress, no matter what it is, Xiao will risk his life to do it. Feng Qingyuan was very satisfied with Ling Xiao's attitude and immediately said, One day, I will leave this place, and Xiao, you are still young, your momentum will definitely continue to flourish. I hope that you can give Mistress face, or Xianer face. Once our family is in danger, you must help our family. Can you treat this matter as Mistress begging you? Ling Xiao panicked a little and said, Mistress, you're underestimating me. As long as I, Ling Xiao, am here, the Feng clan will never be in trouble, unless someone else steps over my corpse. If these words were to reach the ears of others, they would definitely think that Ling Xiao was boasting shamelessly. Your proud palace is not even considered one of the 18 powers, yet you actually said that you will protect the Feng clan. Isn't this a huge joke? However, Feng Qingyuan did not think that way. She believed in the evil emperor's foresight, and she had also paid attention to Ling Xiao's growth. In just a few short years, he had already reached this stage, and had already far surpassed the fame of the evil emperor at this time. Therefore, as long as nothing unexpected happened to Ling Xiao, he would definitely become the second evil emperor in the future. This was also the reason why she had to tell Ling Xiao about this matter in such a serious manner. Now that she had Ling Xiao's guarantee, Feng Qingyuan was relieved. She believed that Ling Xiao was the same as her evil emperor big brother, a true man who kept his promise. Oh right, mistress, when do you plan to leave for the heavenly realm? Ling Xiao changed the topic. Hearing Feng Qingyuan's words just now, Ling Xiao could more or less guess what she was thinking, which was why he asked this question. Feng Qingyuan did not hide anything. Wait for you to grow up a little more. Your current strength is still too weak. Although you have a lot of helpers by your side, it is still not enough to shock some restless people. Ling Xiao rubbed his nose speechlessly. He also sighed in his heart. That's right, I'm still too weak right now. Mistress, I've heard from my master that the path to the heaven domain is extremely dangerous. Even the slightest bit of carelessness could lead to death. If things don't go well, wouldn't it be too risky for you to go alone? Ling Xiao said. I know that as well, but for your master, even if it's a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, I have to charge into it. Feng Qingyuan said firmly. Ling Xiao didn't know what to say either. He thought to himself, if I can become stronger earlier, I might be able to accompany Mistress to the heavenly realm to take a look. It had to be said that Ling Xiao had a spirit that was even higher than the heavens. In the Death Mountain range, a group of warriors dressed in black quietly approached the space of the proud, smiling palace. There were a total of 5,000 people in this group, and their momentum could be said to be vast and mighty. They were traveling at night, and it was as if they had entered the darkness. Their auras were also concealed, and it was difficult for ordinary people to discover their existence. When they were not far from the periphery of the proud, smiling palace, the person in the lead made a gesture, and everyone stopped. The person in the lead was the chief disciple of the Black Devil, Night Wolf. Beside him were the Eagle King and two other old men. One of the old men was naturally Shirkidao. The sinister scar on his face looked extremely frightening. The old man beside him was very thin, and his eyes seemed to be half closed. Those who did not know would think that he was sleeping, but in fact, between the slits of his eyes, a bright light would shoot out from time to time, and it was extremely oppressive. This old man was also a low-level saint. His name was Zhang Kuang, and he was once the most terrifying villain who killed without batting an eye. He was one of the most loyal followers of the Black Devil. Behind these people were more than 10 Shen emperors, ranging from low level to high level. There were also hundreds of celestial masters, and the other 4,000 people were Earth King masters. There was not a single king master. Such a lineup could not be said to be small, and even an ordinary third-grade sect could not compare to it. It was no wonder that the Black Devil sect was the spearhead of all the major forces. This was not without reason. Granduncle, did you find anything? Night Wolf asked Shir-Yi-Dao, holding the mace in his hand. Shir-Yi-Dao stared ahead for a while, and then said, "Their territory is indeed not far from here. I feel the fluctuations of the power of space, don't you think so, old Zhang?" Zhang Kuang said in a hoarse voice, "Yes, there are indeed fluctuations of space. I did not expect that this newly established force would have such ability. Interesting, interesting." As he said this, his half-closed eyes opened wide, and a strong bloodthirsty light leaked out. It seems that the sect leader was right. That crazy old man has indeed become a saint. I did not expect him to reach this step with his original talent. What a miscalculation. But this is good. I have been idle for so many years. It is time to loosen up. Shuri-Dao sneered. Night Wolf showed a look of disdain and said, "I thought that the Gu family would have some backbone and would take advantage of the opening ceremony of the proud, smiling palace to start a war. I did not expect that they are all cowards. They actually want to make peace. Bah, they can't even pick up some ready-made peace." He paused for a while and then said, "Granduncle Shur, let's attack now and break their space restriction first." Night Wolf was the eldest disciple of the Black Devil sect. He did not look as arrogant as the Eagle King, but those who knew him knew that he was a reserved person. Only when he was angry would he reveal his ferocious and frightening side. "Yes, there is no trick in this matter. Let's just kill them and turn them upside down." Shir-Yi-Dao replied, and then he said to Zhang Kuang, "Old Zhang, your space power is not weak. Let's attack together." Then Shir-Yi-Dao and Zhang Kuang flew forward at the same time. In the blink of an eye, the two appeared next to the wall screen outside the proud, smiling palace. If it were an ordinary cultivator, it would be impossible for them to sense anything strange around them. This was because layers of space force had already enveloped the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers, forming an independent world. Shir-Yi-Dao and Zhang Kuang were both saint-level experts. Although they could not see the situation inside the proud, smiling palace through the space, they could feel the fluctuations of space power. Therefore, they concluded that the proud, smiling palace was here. Just as the two were about to attack, a dozen figures flew out from several corners and shouted, "Who are you? This place has been sealed, quickly go around." These dozens of celestial masters and earthly kings were naturally from the proud, smiling palace. The reason why they appeared here was because there was a transmission array nearby. They were the ones who took turns to guard this place. The transmission array's location was not allowed to be approached by outsiders. Just a few rats dare to shout? Go to hell. Shir-Yi-Dao did not attack, but Zhang Kuang said faintly. He casually waved his hand, and a black light swept out. Chapter 8:34. The black light was like a surging black fog. In the darkness of the night, no one could detect it. The dozen people from the proud smiling palace only felt a gust of wind. Then, a dozen heads flew away, and a dozen corpses fell from the sky. Inside the proud smiling palace, a few people immediately noticed the disturbance outside. Han Kai hurriedly rushed out of his room, his old eyes exuding a thick sharp light. Mad Tooth also rushed out of his room, his old eyes exuding a strong sense of hostility. Everyone be on guard. Enemies are coming. Mad Tooth had already sensed the energy fluctuation of the same attribute as himself. He was sure that the intruders were from the Black Demon sect. As soon as his voice fell, a terrifying rumbling sound rang out. Everyone in the proud smiling palace noticed that the space above them was fluctuating. But after the fluctuation, everything returned to normal. Shi Yidao and Zhang Kuang, who were outside the proud smiling palace, were shocked. Shi Yidao's attack was launched by Shi Yidao. He was a low-level saint, but he could not break the space restriction. It was beyond his expectation. Master Ju said that Crazy Ol should only be a novice saint, and their biggest reliance here should be a middle-stage 8th-level Scorching Tiger. But even if a spiritual beast transforms, it can't use the power of space. Could it be that there are other saints here? Shi Yidao said worriedly. Normally, the sturdier a space inhibition spell was, the more powerful the person who made it was. Even Shi Yidao couldn't break the space inhibition spell. Didn't it mean that the person who made it was more powerful than him? That was why Shi Yidao had such a guess. No matter what, we are here. They are aware of it. I don't believe that we can't break the space. Zhang Kuang said confidently. The two of them didn't hesitate and unleashed their strongest attacks at the same time. The space in this area was affected and fluctuated incessantly. The terrifying black light smashed down like a part of the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone in the Laughing Palace was panicking. The earth was shaking, and the mountains were shaking. It was like a magnitude 10 earthquake. The terrifying sound made them feel like it was the end of the world. What's going on? Could it be that our palace gate is going to be destroyed? That's impossible. This is a restriction set up by our sect protector elder. No matter how strong they are, they can't break it. Everyone, don't panic. Prepare to go out and meet the enemy. That's right. Everyone, prepare to face the enemy. With the palace master here, we'll be unstoppable. With the palace master here, we'll be invincible. Every member of the Smiling Palace had to go through layers of tests of loyalty before they could join the sect. Now that the Smiling Palace had just been founded, the first incident had happened. It was a real crisis, and their loyalty was stimulated at this moment. Their worship of Ling Xiao had already reached a blind state, and they would definitely not shrink just because of a single attack. Outside the proud Smiling Palace, Shi Yidao and Zhang Kuang were still bombarding the palace with spatial energy. However, they still hadn't destroyed the spatial restriction. Waves were surging in their hearts. If the two of them attacked together, even a spatial restriction set up by an ordinary mid-level saint would be destroyed. However, they still couldn't see what was happening inside the spatial restriction, which meant that the spatial restriction hadn't been destroyed yet. They couldn't help but think, who was the one who set up the spatial restriction? Could it be that there's a peak mid-level saint or a high-level saint in this small force? How dare you? How dare you destroy our proud Smiling Palace? Mad Tooth's crazed voice sounded out. The people of the proud Smiling Palace rushed out of the transmission array. Mad Tooth was the first one to rush toward Shi Yidao and Zhang Kuang. He worshipped Ling Xiao as his master, and regarded the proud Smiling Palace as his home. Now that someone had come to bully him, he was extremely angry. He wanted to kill and drink blood to vent the hatred in his heart. Mad Tooth didn't care who it was. He immediately attacked Shi Yidao and Zhang Kuang. Two giant mad demons passed through the space and roared towards the two. Their powerful energy was enough to destroy heaven and earth. Shi Yidao and Zhang Kuang couldn't help but stop their attacks. They turned around and attacked the two mad demons at the same time. Powerful energy fluctuations shook the surrounding space, causing it to churn endlessly. If other cultivators were to approach, they would probably be minced into pieces by the power of space. After the energy waves dissipated, Shi Yidao didn't move an inch, but Zhang Kuang retreated quite a bit. From this, it could be seen that Shi Yidao's strength was already above Mad Tooth's. Zhang Kuang might be a bit weaker than Mad Tooth, but he was in a hurry. If they really fought, the odds of victory were 50-50. Say, it really is you, old Mad Tooth? Shi Yidao stared at Mad Tooth with a murderous look. Mad Tooth's appearance had changed a lot. There weren't many people who could recognize him. Now that someone recognized him, he looked at the other party in surprise. He hesitated for a moment before saying, Shi Yidao, I didn't expect it to be you. Haha, I didn't expect you to be able to recognize me. Not bad, not bad. We brothers haven't seen each other for thousands of years. I didn't expect you to turn back into a human. You're really lucky. Shi Yidao sneered at Mad Tooth. Shi Yidao also knew that Mad Tooth was fed the Mad Demon pill. He was the one who suggested this idea to Black Demon. He really didn't expect Mad Tooth to benefit from a disaster and become a sage. It was really out of his expectations. Mad Tooth's face was gloomy as he said, You traitor! Today, I'll tear you into pieces. Mad Tooth hated anyone who betrayed Savage Leopard. Now that he met his enemy, he was filled with hatred. The dozens of 10 millennia frigid iron chains on Mad Tooth's body suddenly extended out. They were like an 8-clawed spider, waving their claws. Every 10 millennia frigid iron chain was extremely hard. They swept towards Shi Yidao and Zhang Kuang like the wind and lightning. Swoosh swoosh. The 10 millennia frigid iron chain made a piercing sound as it swept through the air. You actually have the guts to fight two at once. But you don't have the qualifications. Let me send you to see the old sect leader. I believe he misses you a lot down there. Go and accompany him. Shi Yidao shouted with disdain. A ghost axe appeared in his hand. He waved the ghost axe and brought out rays of black blade aura to block the 10 millennia frigid iron chain. While Shi Yidao and Mad Tooth were fighting, Zhang Kuang didn't stay idle. He had already noticed that the people of Black Demon Sect were fighting with the people of Proud Smiling Palace. Old Shi, you kill him first. I'll go and help those kids. Zhang Kuang said as he turned into a black shadow and flew towards the people they brought. Unfortunately, before he could reach them, Anna's figure appeared in front of him. A faint fragrance wafted in the air. This beautiful figure was Feng Qingyuan, who was still in Proud Smiling Palace. When Zhang Kuang saw Feng Qingyuan, a look of astonishment flashed across his face. Following that, his old eyes emitted traces of emotion because he felt that he could not see through the woman standing in front of him. Furthermore, she gave him a feeling of fear. Kill yourself so that you don't dirty my hands. Feng Qingyuan spoke with an indifferent expression on his face, and then a strand of the energy of a saint gradually arose from him. The surroundings immediately became chaotic. The trees and flowers in the vicinity were uprooted. Zhang Kuang retreated 100 meters. His face was filled with shock. Middle-level saint. Could you be Feng Qingyuan from the Feng clan? Feng Qingyuan was an ancestor of the Feng clan. She was a rare female expert among the older generation. She caused the wind in the surroundings to surge. From her wind attribute, Zhang Kuang searched for relevant information in his mind. Only Feng Qingyuan from the Feng clan had such ability. However, he didn't understand why Feng Qingyuan would appear here. Furthermore, her strength was even stronger than he had imagined. He couldn't help but be moved by this. Since you know my name, why aren't you killing yourself? Do you really want me to do it? Feng Qingyuan shouted. It had to be said that Feng Qingyuan looked delicate. However, she displayed a powerful and domineering aura. It was extremely oppressive. Feng Qingyuan, why does your Feng clan want to get involved? Aren't you afraid of our Black Demon Sect's revenge? Zhang Kuang didn't dare to act rashly. He knew that the Feng clan was incomparably fast. If they fought, he would lose more than he would win. He could only use the name of the Feng clan to suppress Feng Qingyuan and hope that she would be tactful. So what if it's the Black Demon Sect? As long as I kill all of you, the Black Demon Sect might not know who did it. Feng Qingyuan said. Don't think that you can defeat me. Zhang Kuang knew that Feng Qingyuan was going to interfere. He wouldn't sit still and wait for death. He snorted coldly and summoned his spirit beast. This was a two-headed night hound. Its entire body was black, and there wasn't a single strand of hair on its head. Its two heads revealed its bloodthirsty fangs. Streams of greedy saliva flowed out from the tip of its tongue. Its 4 eyes were filled with a sinister intent. Not all spirit beasts that reached rank 8 liked to transform into human form. For example, the two-headed night hound was one of the spirit beasts that didn't like to transform. They felt that it was better to be in their original form. Night hound, help me kill this woman. Zhang Kuang shouted. At the same time, a pair of sickles appeared in his hands. Swoosh swoosh. Zhang Kuang made the first move. The pair of sickles continuously intertwined with an intense attribute light. In an instant, they broke through the space and arrived in front of Feng Qingyuan. The sickles were about to land on Feng Qingyuan's body. Unfortunately, it was only an afterimage. Zhang Kuang had already expected that Feng Qingyuan wouldn't fall for his attacks so easily. The night hound beside him was born with a keen sense of smell. It instantly sensed Feng Qingyuan's direction and pounced forward. How insensible! You forced this saint to make a move. Feng Qingyuan was slightly annoyed. She finally made her move. Torrential hurricane. Beside her, a huge hurricane appeared. It was like a roaring tsunami. It gave people a sense of fear as if a natural disaster was descending. Chapter 8:35. Feng Qingyuan was regarded as a key figure of the Feng clan since she was young. She did not disappoint the clan's expectations. Not only did she advance quickly, her battle prowess was also extraordinary. However, no matter who it was, the higher one's strength was, the greater the need for accumulation and comprehension of heaven and earth. Their speed of advancement would definitely slow down. In fact, when Ling Xiao met Feng Qingyuan in the Feng clan, she was only a low-level saint. She had not reached the mid-level saint realm yet. The reason why she was able to enter the next stage in just a few short years was because she had been a saint for quite some time, and the accumulated power was already relatively thick. In addition, she had spent some time with the evil emperor, so the evil emperor naturally used some of the treasures from the heavenly realm to help her increase her strength. With her current strength, it was more than enough to deal with Zhang Kuang and his two-headed night hound. The battle between the two saints was earth-shattering, shaking the surrounding space to the point of collapsing. Fortunately, they gradually moved away from the vicinity of the proud smiling palace and did not affect it too much. As the palace master, Ling Xiao had already led the majority of the proud smiling palace's people out of the transmission array. They were attacked right after the opening ceremony. They definitely had to fight back beautifully in order to establish the prestige of the proud smiling palace. The reason why Han Kai did not immediately participate in the Battle of the Saints was because he had to stay by Ling Xiao's side. He did not want anything to happen to Ling Xiao. The most important thing was that Feng Qingyuan had made a move. Han Kai felt that there was no need for him to reveal his old bones for now. It was better to wait for the critical moment to deal a fatal blow. Ling Xiao brought a total of 3,000 people to fight. The rest who were not strong enough remained in the palace. After he came out of the transmission array, he immediately sensed many hidden auras. Although the auras were weak, they could not escape the senses of his mental strength and his divine sense. Elder Han, leave the battle to us. Only through battle will they grow. You just need to guard the palace gate and prevent it from being destroyed, Ling Xiao whispered to Han Kai. People who joined the Laughing Palace, except for his own people, hadn't been through many life and death battles. Ling Xiao wouldn't protect them at all times just because they might die in battle. He had always believed that only in battles of life and death would one gradually become stronger, and only then would one be able to see a person's true nature. Han Kai naturally guessed Ling Xiao's thoughts. He immediately nodded and disappeared into the night. He did not leave this place. Instead, he was constantly monitoring the situation of the battle. If anything bad were to happen, he would definitely act immediately. A golden dragon-shaped spear appeared in Ling Xiao's hand and the power around him began to rise. At the same time, a majestic golden wolf king appeared beside him. "Follow me and kill our enemies. No matter who they are, we'll use their blood as a sacrifice to the proud laughing palace." Ling Xiao shook his arm and shouted loudly. Then he took the lead and rushed towards the 5,000 people of the Black Demon sect. Di Yunfeng shouted, "Let us sacrifice their blood to the flag of the proud laughing palace. Let us sacrifice their blood to the flag of the proud laughing palace. Let us sacrifice their blood to the flag of the proud laughing palace." The people of the proud laughing palace were suddenly filled with fighting spirit. One by one, they shouted loudly and followed Ling Xiao to kill the enemies. Night Wolf, Eagle King, and the others who were hiding in the front noticed this immediately. Night Wolf's eyes flashed with a cold light. He shook the wolf fang in his hand and shouted, "Get ready to kill the enemies. Let's bathe the proud laughing palace in blood." As his voice faded away, the people behind him began to release their qi and blood. Owls and owls also began to scream. All of a sudden, a great battle broke out at this moment. There were more than 3,000 people of the proud laughing palace, and more than 3,000 spiritual beasts. They all attacked with different attributes. Golden qi, fire qi, water qi, hail qi. These attacks erupted at the same time, and it instantly blasted this area of the heavens and the earth to the point of trembling. The mountains, trees, spirit flowers, and rare herbs in this mountain range were all blasted into powder. At the same time, a black screen rose up in front of them and blocked all the attacks. Boom, boom. The terrible sound of the battle resounded through the sky. Colorful elemental energies splashed everywhere. The Wolf-Eagle Dark Guards deserved to be called the strongest combat legion of the Black Demon sect. They were well trained in fighting. Their defensive and offensive skills were also seamless. Therefore, they were able to block all the attacks of the people of the proud smiling palace. The next moment, they attacked at the same time. Dark elemental attacks were very corrosive. Moreover, it was nighttime, so their attacks were very strange and difficult to distinguish. Some of the people of the proud laughing palace who were in the front were immediately stopped by the powerful attacks. The incessant blood-curdling screams immediately rang out. Ling Xiao, who was at the very front, was also shocked by the huge amount of energy that was blasted out at the same time. It was too late for him to dodge. After all, the range of the energy attack of 5,000 people at the same time was quite wide. Ling Xiao didn't even think about it as he raised his defense to the maximum. When the wave of attacks was over, Ling Xiao looked a little embarrassed. However, he had the glazed dragon scale armor, so he did not suffer any serious injuries. Around him, a dozen people had fallen, and dozens more had been injured. Ling Xiao was shocked. He realized that the power of a team battle was even more terrifying. However, the battle had already begun. They did not have time to practice team battles. Everyone split up. Every 500 people will form a group. Besiege them. Xian Yao, who was sitting at the back, commanded calmly. As long as the number of people split up, the Black Demon sect's attack would no longer be in a single direction. This was something that Xian Yao could see very clearly. When everyone heard Xian Yao's command, they immediately split up. Each group was led by a mystic, the arch-ranked powerhouse, and they attacked the Black Demon sect. Yi Lang's face lit up with excitement. He ordered again, "Everyone attack. Kill them all." The Wolf Hawk Shadow Guards were all trained by him. Their combat power was amazing. Whether it was a team battle or a single battle, their abilities were incomparable to ordinary martial artists. Moreover, they had a huge advantage in terms of numbers. Yi Lang firmly believed that they would win this battle. The proud smiling palace would become the fastest sect to be destroyed in history. After Yi Lang gave his order, the Eagle King was the first to rush out. Yi Lang knew that the Eagle King had a history with the proud smiling palace, so he did not care too much. It did not matter to him how he killed. The Eagle King rushed towards Ling Xiao. He had seen Ling Xiao before. Ling Xiao had left a deep impression on him. He wanted to personally take Ling Xiao's head. "Little dog Ling, you dare to steal the crystal mine of our Black Demon sect? Wait for me to take your life. The Eagle King shouted. Then, a pair of hooks appeared in his hands and rushed towards Ling Xiao to grab him. Ling Xiao was not afraid of the Eagle King. He shouted disdainfully, "So what if you are from the Black Demon sect? Sooner or later, I will kill you all." Ling Xiao did not give the Eagle King any chance to use his full strength. This was a battle of life and death. He had already used his mental energy. The formless golden dragon spear shot towards the Eagle King's consciousness. Before the Eagle King could attack Ling Xiao, he felt a pain in his head. He could not help but scream. Ling Xiao had just suffered a loss. Now, he wanted to kill someone to vent his anger. He did not hesitate. He no longer wanted to take the Eagle King under his command. The golden dragon spear in his hand pierced the Eagle King's heart. It pierced through the half-tier saint artifact armor and crushed his heart. The Eagle King did not understand how he died just like that. He was a low-tier peak-stage mystic the Arch. He was not even a match for a high-level heavenly venerate. Would anyone believe this? Ling Xiao casually flipped the Eagle King's body and shouted, "Those who offend the proud, smiling palace shall die." Wuxiang Ling Zhao's imperial aura erupted, and the Dragon Clan's heavenly bin divine art was also fully unleashed at this moment, shaking the eardrums of the Wolfhawk Shadow Guards in front of them. Ling Xiao seized this opportunity to unleash a massacre with his golden dragon spear in hand. The Tyrant Dragon Spear art was so powerful. Ling Xiao was using his full strength. Although the Wolf Eagle's secret guards were powerful, they could not withstand a mystic Thearka's attack. In just one or two moves, dozens of the Wolf Eagle's secret guards were killed by Ling Xiao. The Black Demon sect immediately realized how powerful Ling Xiao was. One of the mystic Thearchs immediately rushed towards Ling Xiao. Yi Lang, on the other hand, had a look of surprise on his face. Could it be that this child is that Ling Xiao? Before going to the proud smiling palace, Night Wolf had already asked people to collect information about the proud smiling palace. Someone had already described Ling Xiao's appearance. Thus, he was able to determine Ling Xiao's identity. "It's good that you know how powerful my young master is. How dare you offend the proud smiling palace? You must be tired of living." A voice rang out from behind Night Wolf, and a thick killing intent enveloped him. Night Wolf's hair stood on end. He had always been a cautious person. He had been sensing the aura around him. Unexpectedly, he did not notice that someone was approaching him from behind. Without a second thought, he swung the mace in his hand at Yi Shiwen. The black saber aura clashed with the mace, producing a series of explosions. Night Wolf was forced to retreat 100 meters away. The blood in his body was surging. He thought to himself, "Is there a traitor?" The sneak attacker did not succeed in his first move. He blasted out a series of powerful saber auras. The attack caused everything around him to fly up. The ground was cut with countless saber marks. Night Wolf shouted and went forward. He swung the mace with the same powerful black attribute attack. The sneak attacker was also of the dark attribute. It was no wonder that Night Wolf thought it was a traitor. The sneak attacker was Savage Leopard. Savage Leopard was already a middle-stage mystic the Arch. He cultivated the Devil Saber 8 forms. His combat strength was extraordinary. Night Wolf was Black Demon's disciple. He entered the middle-stage mystic the Arch earlier than Savage Leopard. The battle between the two was quite intense. Every move was aimed at the opponent's vital points. Chapter 8:36. The strength of the proud smiling palace was already comparable to that of a third-grade sect. The strongest among them was Han Kai, who had never fought before, a high-level saint, followed by Mad Tooth, a low-level saint, followed by Granny Darkwind, a half-saint, followed by Zhu Yuanxiu, Gung Hong, Song Minghua, and Leng Zheng, who were high-level Xin emperors. Cruel Leopard, Fong Qin, Luo Yu, Guan Chong, and Du Tai were mid-level Xin emperors. Lu Kun, Wu Fu, Yang Xianfeng, Wang Teng, and Lu Yang were low-level Xin emperors. There were 3 saints, 14 emperors, hundreds of holy masters, and many Earth King and King stage Xin emperors. The The strength of the proud smiling palace was indeed not inferior to that of a third-grade sect. However, the area under the control of the proud smiling palace was still very small, and there were not many affiliated forces. Compared to the 18 forces, it was not worth mentioning. If the proud smiling palace wanted to be a third-grade sect, it first had to occupy more territory and gather more affiliated forces. With strength comparable to a third-grade sect, it was not easy to destroy it. The people of the Black Demon sect had already overestimated the strength of the proud smiling palace, but they found that their so-called overestimation was actually an underestimation in the face of reality. Among Yi Lang's group, besides the 2 saints, there were 18 Xian emperors, ranging from low-level to high-level. However, they only had 3 high-level Xian emperors, 5 mid-level Xian emperors, and 10 low-level Xian emperors. Yi Lang felt that with such strength, it would only be a matter of seconds to destroy the proud smiling palace. However, he never expected that the saints he had just brought would not be able to destroy the space restriction of the proud smiling palace, and that the enemy's forces would come out. It was not a big deal to fight their way out, and he felt that everything was still under control. However, when the people of the proud smiling palace showed their strength, he knew that this trip would not be too smooth. He had been watching the situation of the battle, and didn't expect to be attacked by a supermaster who had the same dark attribute as him. Of course, he didn't know that the person he was fighting with was his master ancestor. Now that he was fighting with Cruel Leopard, he was actually killing his master ancestor. However, the people of the Black Demon sect had always been merciless and ruthless. Why would they care about such morals? While the Night Wolf and the Savage Leopard were fighting, the battles in other areas were also very intense. After Granny Hellwind was captured by Ling Xiao, she would definitely be placed in the Smiling Palace. She was once the Jade Assassin of Sha Tian's organization. Her name struck terror in people's hearts, and her killing methods were extremely terrifying. She was like a ghost harvesting lives. Her figure kept floating, and the Wolf-Eagle Shadow Guards lost their lives in her hands. She was decisive in killing. Every time she attacked, 6 or 7 people would explode. The 2 strongest mystic thearchs of the Black Demon sect were also aware of this situation. The 2 of them deduced a large amount of world power at the same time and attacked Granny Hellwind. Both of them were peak-stage mystic thearchs. If they worked together, they could delay Granny Netherwind for now. However, they basically had no chance of winning. It was only a matter of time before they were defeated. With Granny Hellwind's interference, the other members of the Haughty Smile Palace had more room to fight. The mystic thearchs fought against each other. Other than Wang Teng, who stayed in Wind Cloud City, there were 13 other mystic thearchs from the Haughty Smile Palace. There were 4 high-level mystic thearchs, and 2 of them were assassins. Their combat power was self-evident. Moreover, although Lu Su was a low-level mystic thearch, he had the strength to fight above his level. In order to become Ling Xiao's confidant as soon as possible and be put in an important position by Ling Xiao, he fought with all his strength from the beginning. When everyone saw Lu Su's strength, they were all shocked. Only now did they know that the young man who was recruited by the main palace had such abnormal combat power. The Haughty Smile Palace had the upper hand against the mystic thearchs, but the Haughty Smile Palace was at a disadvantage. After all, the Black Demon sect had 5,000 people, and the Haughty Smile Palace only had 3,000 elites. There was a difference in numbers, and of course, the Haughty Smile Palace was at a disadvantage. However, it was not a one-sided situation. There were a few people in the Haughty Smile Palace who were equally terrifying. Apart from Ling Xiao, the strength of his wife, Feng Xianyun, had long been proven. She was a high-level celestial master, had the power of an emperor-class world, and cultivated the heavenly venomous technique. Once she used all her strength, the lethality was definitely not weaker than that of an ordinary mystic thearch. Next was Ji Beixin. She had been trained by Feng Qingyuan in the Feng family. Her invisible sound wave attacks were even more difficult to defend against. The chilly wind and murderous aura were even more pervasive, corroding the enemy. When people wanted to get close to her and kill her, she used her unparalleled speed to avoid them. This made the people of the Black Demon sect hate her, but they could not do anything about it. Yi Yunfeng's battle prowess wasn't weak either. Although his world power was ordinary, he could increase his battle prowess by 5 times. He had the battle prowess of an ordinary high-level heavenly venerate. He had also experienced the Imperial role battle, so his killing methods were extremely powerful. The other people were peak celestial masters who were recruited. They came from mercenary groups, and their cultivation was through killing. Their combat power was also extraordinary. With these people with superior combat power, the Wolfhawk Secret Guards could not defeat the people of the Haughty Smile Palace. The Wolfhawk Secret Guards were good at joint attacks, but it did not mean that they were not strong individually. The owls were the tyrants of the sky. Thousands of owls were the biggest trouble for the people of the Haughty Smile Palace. They were extremely fast, and their attack power was also very strong. The spirit beasts of the people of the Haughty Smile Palace were different. Some flew in the sky, some ran on the ground, and some swam in the water. They could not form a unified battle, and many spirit beasts became food for the owls. The sound of the battle was endless, and all kinds of attribute attacks were dazzling. Countless blood began to spill over thousands of miles. As the palace lord of the Haughty Smile Palace, Ling Xiao used all his strength to kill the people of the Black Demon sect. His mental strength was everywhere. Once an opponent was targeted by him, they could not fight back and were immediately killed by him. Ling Xiao also knew that his people were a little less, and he was at a disadvantage overall. He had to speed up his killing methods. His figure was like the wind and lightning. While deducing the power of his world, he constantly waved the golden dragon spear. He had the aura of a ruler, and the aura of a ruler was becoming more and more solid. Many of the Wolfhawk Secret Guards died under Ling Xiao's golden dragon spear. At this time, 2 Black Demon sect Xian emperors simultaneously called out to Ling Xiao. From the strength that Ling Xiao had displayed, they did not dare to underestimate Ling Xiao. Just now, they saw with their own eyes that their sect master's favorite disciple, the Eagle King, and another low-level Xian Emperor companion were all killed by Ling Xiao's spear. Of the 2 of them, one was a low-level peak Xian Emperor, and the other was a mid-level Xian Emperor. For them to attack a high-level Celestial Master at the same time, it could be said that they were taking it very seriously. If others were to see this, they would think that it was too much of a bully. However, if they knew who Ling Xiao was, they would not think so. Ling Xiao faced the attacks of the 2 and smiled coldly. So what if you are a Xian Emperor? I will let you have a taste of the power of the Death Qi. After saying that, Ling Xiao's power of his world changed greatly. The flowers and trees withered at the same time, and a black hurricane began to roll towards the 2. The 2 did not think much and continued to attack Ling Xiao with all their strength. However, when they approached the black energy, they only felt that their dark protection force was corroding at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, the life energy in their bodies was also dissipating very quickly. The 2 were immediately shocked. Without thinking, they immediately deduced the power of their world and expelled the Death Qi. However, when their dark world energy appeared, Ling Xiao changed his move again. Countless flames burned towards them at the same time. The heavenly fire and even the fire of Yang were the nemesis of all evil forces. The 2 mystic thearchs were in dire straits. Just as they were overwhelmed, their heads started to hurt again. That feeling was as if something had barged into their spiritual realms, causing their spiritual seas to tremble uncontrollably. Their spiritual realm was damaged, and the power of their world immediately disappeared. The purple flames immediately burned their bodies. They could only let out a blood-curdling scream before they were burned to ashes alive. Ling Xiao glanced at them with disdain and continued to kill the people of the Black Demon sect. It did not take long for Granny Mingfeng to kill the 2 peak-stage Xian thearchs. The situation changed again, and the proud, smiling palace began to gain the upper hand. As the leader this time, Nightwolf was being suppressed by the cruel leopard. He realized that the aura of the cruel leopard was actually familiar to him, but he was very unfamiliar with the cruel leopard. Fortunately, the mace in his hand was not an ordinary item. It was a low-grade saint artifact, which increased his combat power a lot. It was enough to fight with the cruel leopard for a long time without being defeated. However, when he realized that the aura of his people was decreasing, he was a little confused. At the moment when he was distracted, the cruel leopard took advantage of the opportunity to attack Night Wolf. Night Wolf's figure was smashed far away, and the cruel leopard took advantage of the situation to chase after him. Saber auras that could destroy mountains and break rivers smashed toward Night Wolf's direction. In the future, I will take back everything that belongs to me with my own hands. The cruel leopard roared. The Black Demon sect was founded by him. Now, under the leadership of his unfilial disciple, it had become one of the 18 major forces, and its ranking was very high. Thinking of this, he had a belief that he wanted to take back the Black Demon sect. However, he wanted to destroy the Black Demon sect or pull it under his young master's command. Only then could he let go of the hatred in his heart. After a wave of attacks from the cruel leopard, Night Wolf was forced into a difficult situation. Fortunately, the injuries on his body were not fatal, and his combat power was still there. He retreated far away. The cruel leopard thought that he was going to escape and immediately shouted, "Didn't you come to destroy the proud, smiling palace? Why do you want to escape now?" Night Wolf revealed a sinister smile and said, "I wanted to wait for your rank 8 spirit beast to appear, and then let you feel despair. Now it seems that it is necessary to let you know the true strength of the Black Demon sect in advance." As his voice fell, an imposing figure appeared beside him. Chapter 837. This figure was like an iron tower, hard and full of explosiveness. Every muscle on his body was bulging, and blue veins were popping out. On top of his head, there were 2 pairs of curved horns. One pair was more prominent, and the other pair was much smaller and not very obvious. Looking at his rough appearance, he looked like a savage. His face was covered with long black whiskers, and even his eyebrows were long. His nose and eyes were relatively large, and from time to time, his nose exuded a thick and strange aura. "Lord Devilbull, everything here depends on you," Night Wolf said to the person in front of him with a somewhat respectful expression. This person was not a real human, but an 8th-level transformed 4-horned devil bull. It was the most powerful weapon that Night Wolf had brought out of the Black Demon sect. When the 4-horned devil bull appeared, the cruel leopard's blade also fell in front of Night Wolf. The 4-horned devil bull raised its eyes and sniffed a few times. Achoo! A snorting sound was heard. This snorting sound was not an ordinary snorting sound. It was as frightening as thunder and lightning. As the sound of snorting fell, the whole world began to tremble. The powerful aura from the bull's nose sprayed towards the cruel leopard's attack. All of a sudden, the cruel leopard's powerful saber aura was completely disintegrated in an instant. The cruel leopard also felt a terrifying energy rushing towards him. The cruel leopard didn't think about it, but the energy was too terrible. He only felt as if his chest had been hit by a 10,000-pound boulder. His whole body flew far away, and a fountain of blood splashed out. The moment the cruel leopard fell heavily on the ground, he felt as if all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. His chest had caved in, and the bones in his chest had been broken. His internal organs were also constantly oozing blood. He wanted to stand up again, but his head turned black, and his whole body fainted. It was unknown whether he was alive or dead. As the powerful snorting sound fell, everyone who was fighting was shocked and looked towards the direction of the sound. Night Wolf's face revealed a proud expression. "Secret guards, come over. I want to see what the proud smiling palace has to do with us. They are really seeking death." The people of the Black Demon sect swept towards the Ye-Wolves as his voice faded. 2/3 of the 5,000 Wolf Eagle Shadow Guards had been killed, and 700 to 800 people had died near the Laughing Palace. The Black Demon sect had brought a total of 18 Shin Emperors, but 2/3 of them were killed. Only a few were lucky enough to survive. On the side of the proud smiling palace, only 3 Shin Emperors were seriously injured. After all, Granny Mingfeng had already killed the two strongest Xian emperors of the Black Demon sect. The few high-level Xian emperors of the proud Smiling Palace were enough to block the other Xian emperors of the Black Demon sect. Other than Savage Leopard, the three who were heavily injured were the weakest, Lu Kun and Wu Fu. If not for Song Minghua's protection, they would have already met the King of Hell. In this battle, the proud Smiling Palace had gained a lot of advantages. If it weren't for Ling Xiao and Granny Hellwind, the proud Laughing Palace wouldn't have been able to achieve such a result. The people of the Black Demon sect and the proud Smiling Palace had gathered together. Ling Xiao also noticed that his people had suffered heavy losses. He thought to himself, "This is the price we have to pay." Ling Xiao wanted to see the loyalty of the people of the proud Smiling Palace. He also wanted to see what kind of mentality they would have in the face of a life-and-death battle. He wanted to know if some of them would run away. Now that he had an understanding of them, he did not intend to let them prove anything. After all, if they continued to exhaust themselves like this, then their newly established sect would not even have the foundation and strength. What was the point of becoming a bald palace lord? Ling Zhao's eyes fell on the Yi wolves and the four-horned demon cow. Ling Zhao's eyelids twitched and he shouted, "8th grade spirit beast." Although the four-horned demon cow had transformed, its characteristics were still very different from that of a real human. Its two pairs of demon horns were the best proof. "Lord Demonic Bull, please kill all of them," Night Wolf respectfully said to the four-horned demonic bull. The four-horned demon bull's eyes were filled with disdain, and it raised its head high as it spoke in a boorish voice. "Brat, you actually want this bull king to personally deal with these lowly humans? You're really looking down on this bull king." The four-horned demon cow obviously looked down on Ling Xiao and the others. It didn't want to make a move, and it was very dissatisfied with Yi wolves. Night Wolf said anxiously, "Lord Demonic Bull, my master said that you have an Earth Flame Tiger King here, and its strength is not much weaker than Lord's. As long as Lord Demonic Bull makes a move, that Earth Flame Tiger King will definitely appear." "What the hell? How dare you compare that annoying tiger to me? How dare it?" The four-horned demon cow had a bad temper. It couldn't bear to hear the flaming tiger compared to it. It roared, lifted its foot, and stomped on the ground. Bang! The four-horned demon cow's foot was very terrifying. It stomped on the ground, causing the ground to shake. A huge crack suddenly appeared on the ground, spreading toward Ling Xiao and the others. Ling Xiao and the others were shocked, and they immediately leaped up. They looked at the huge crack on the ground that was 100 meters long from midair. Everyone's heart sank. There was no lack of experts among them, and they could also create such destructive power through their magical powers. However, no one could create such destructive power with just a stomp like the four-horned demon cow did. "Young master, this person should be a spirit beast in human form. It's too scary," Yi Yunfeng said worriedly as he attached himself to Ling Xiao. Xian Yao also echoed, "It seems that the Black Demon sect is determined to destroy our proud Smiling Palace. This guy's power is not small. I'm afraid his strength is also very terrifying," Ling Xiao said with a frown. Ling Xiao's realm was not high enough, but from the various performances of the four-horned demon cow, his strength was probably not inferior to that of the flaming tiger. In fact, he might even be a lot stronger. Only Han Kai would be able to deal with such an existence. We naturally think that Lord Demon Cow is the strongest, but these people don't think so. Look, they are not running away. Obviously, they are not afraid of you. Yi Lang knew that the four-horned demon cow was simple-minded, so he tried to provoke it again. "Bullshit. Watch me kill them all, and let them know how powerful I am." The four-horned demon cow was furious again, and its figure flashed. No one saw its figure, but it appeared in front of Ling Xiao and the others in the blink of an eye. A huge black fist came crashing down toward Ling Xiao and the others. The terrifying momentum made people feel suffocated and uncomfortable. Facing the mountain-like fist, no one could react. When the fist came crashing down in front of them, they all wanted to close their eyes and wait for death. Suddenly, at this moment, a loud and clear voice rang out. Numerous feather-like wind blades attacked like a torrential storm, slicing the huge black fist into countless fragments. Boom boom boom. Under the bombardment of the countless feathers, the black fist finally dissipated. However, the collision of the two terrifying energies still affected Ling Xiao and the others. Many of them let out blood-curdling screams. Those who were slightly weaker directly died, while many others were more or less injured. Ling Xiao's reaction was the fastest. When the feathers came into contact with the black fist, he had already deduced the power of his world. Wood attribute energy formed countless trees in front of everyone behind him. His defense was considered strong among those of the same rank, but it was nothing in the face of a collision of energy between 8th rank spirit beasts. Ling Xiao was affected the most by the energy. He had done this to protect the women behind him, as well as Xian Yao and Yunfeng, so that they would not suffer too much damage. Like a cannonball, he was blasted far away by the energy. The glazed dragon scale armor on his body cracked, and blood flowed out from many parts of his body. Husband. Ling Xiao's women cried out in shock and immediately rushed towards the direction where Ling Xiao had been sent flying. However, before they could get close, Ling Xiao had already been saved by someone else. Xiao, are you all right? The person who had caught Ling Xiao was Feng Qingyuan. Beneath her feet was a rare white phoenix. Other than the blood-red crown feather on its head, the feathers on its body were as white as snow, soft and smooth. Its most beautiful part was its tail, which was curled up like a fan of feathers. It was strangely beautiful. The white phoenix belonged to the bloodline of the divine beast, the phoenix. Spirit beasts that could be related to the divine beast were all extraordinary. If there was a chance in the future, it could definitely evolve into the divine beast phoenix. The giant black fist just now was destroyed by this white Fengluan. This white phoenix was already in the middle of the 8th rank. It did not transform because it had helped Feng Qingyuan to kill Zhang Kuang and his two-headed night hound of the Black Demon sect. Feng Qingyuan had wanted to help Madtooth kill the other saint of the Black Demon sect. However, she had just received news of what happened to Ling Xiao, so she hurried over. It was fortunate that she had arrived earlier, otherwise, Ling Xiao and the others would have been in trouble. Of course, she did not know that Han Kai had been watching. Even if she had not arrived, Han Kai would have taken action immediately. Master's wife, don't worry, Xiao's life is very tough. Ling Xiao laid in Feng Qingyuan's arms and felt a soft and comfortable feeling. The fragrance made him a little moved. However, when he remembered that she was his master's wife, he immediately struggled to stand up from Feng Qingyuan's arms and responded. However, the energy collision between the two great 8th rank spirit beasts was not ordinary. His body had already suffered quite a bit of damage. He had just struggled a little when he fell weakly into Feng Qingyuan's arms. You only know how to show off. Feng Qingyuan scolded Ling Xiao and fed a pill to Ling Xiao with heartache. Ling Xiao was the only disciple of the evil emperor. Feng Qingyuan also treated Ling Xiao as her own disciple. She would not have any distracting thoughts. Ling Xiao swallowed the pill and muttered in his heart, "She is my master's wife. She is my master's wife. It doesn't matter if I am hugged by her. Damned feathered beast, how dare you obstruct this king? You are courting death." The four-horned demon bull looked at Bai Fengluan, and its nostrils flared with a vicious aura. It roared and charged at Bai Fengluan. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Immortal Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.